hy vọng, hy vọng, kỳ bố.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP promotion series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales. They'll be our first LCP champion.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
hy vọng, hy vọng, kỳ vọng.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP promotion series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP Promotion Series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales. They'll be our first LCP champion.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP promotion series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
Welcome back to the LCP Split 3 2026. I'm your host, Logan, and I am joined by Carrix. Oh my goodness, a lot has happened since the end of Split 2 and now here in the start of Split 3. But before we get to all of that, Carrix, we have 3 potential slots going into Worlds 2026.
Yeah, exactly. This split is all to play for. Worlds is waiting, and the LCP gets to send 3 teams over, and we have plenty of regions within ourselves, within our own league, to battle out for it.
That's it. Like you said, the VCS, PCS, LJL, and yeah, you know, OSHA's still there a little bit. We definitely have some diversity here. We definitely have some options that we should be able to send up to Worlds. Obviously, I think the front runner, the favorite that everyone would be thinking of is Team Secret Wales. Deep Cross Gaming coming through with second there in Split 1 and Split 2 would definitely be up there. But I think the battle for third will be quite a bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams vying for third, teams that can make deep runs. CFO, Ground Zero with a rebuilt roster that we'll talk about later. MVK, GARM, SHG. Basically, I can just name the whole league. That third slot, I wouldn't know where to put my money.
Yeah, exactly. Like you, I don't know who will be taking that third slot, but it's very, very exciting. And like you said, GZ has made some big roster changes, so we'll talk about that a little later. MVK, they've added a new sub as well, so we'll touch on that one. And we do have some special surprises, one here tonight and then throughout the rest of the split as well, which I'm really looking forward to everybody at home getting around. But that is enough out of us. We are throwing to the right fist bump to take us away for Split 3.
好的，所有来到现场以在线上收看比赛的召唤师，欢迎来到 LCP 嘉宾表演赛事。在今天的正赛开始之前，我们将透过经典模式带各位重新体验英雄联盟最精华、最原始的年代，熟悉的地图、英雄以及玩法将全数回归。而回归的不仅仅是贤者之石以及黄金之星，我们在今天更汇集了明星选手，选手的老中青也将全面回归，组成了2支战队，为我们带来精彩的表演赛事。事不宜迟，马上欢迎今天登场的第一支队伍，欢迎 Team Baron。上路人称有炸鸡吴诺夫战哥 ，LJL 的老大哥 SHG 最强之盾 SHG LV。
今日はちょっと経験で勝とうかなと思います。反応速度ではね勝てないかもしれないですけど頑張ります。
打野，他曾经拿过2020 VCS 赛区的冠军头衔，更踏上过世界赛的舞台。GAM No！
你好，xin chào tất cả mọi người. Hôm nay tôi sẽ dạy dỗ cho Rakha một bài học.
中路打造出了闪电狼王朝曾经的台服3大杰神，韩国杀手世界赛首挫宇宙大烧麦，台港澳的传奇中路美跑。
今天准备来吊打对面这些屁孩。
同样打造出了闪电狼王朝，小鹿曾经在2016年 MSI 用 EZ 刷倒了6冠王，大家最喜欢的熊班长，从未失去传奇射手 NL。
Hello， 大家好，我是 NL， 希望今天聊天室不要有太多 NL 问号。
辅助，他是首位踏上世界赛决赛的越南选手，曾荣获了 S10的世界赛亚军，年度最佳打野全明星赛的 MVP MVK 沙凡。
Xin chào mọi người, hy vọng mọi người hôm nay có một trận thi đấu rất là sôi động.
紧接着要登场的是要向 Team Baron 发起挑战的 Team Dragon。上路新时代的进攻箭头，一次又一次让看随他的人停止鬼叫。上路的都是暴力美学 ，GZ 一剑。
对面这5个旧时代团长就准的被我们打爆吧。
打野 场上以一只龙女打出了一跳舞的名场面 ，GAN Drag Time。
Hôm nay mình sẽ hành nát tim người già và đá là cái gậy của nôn.
中路以沉稳的风格与多变的选角，不断的证明自己，他不再只是一个替補，新生代的中路新希望 DCG Hopso。
不管什么版本，我都会打爆你的。
下路同样打造出了闪电的王朝，曾在 LMS 时期以单周 KDS 4的成绩夺下本周之星，也是一样的中生代 AD 代表重披战甲 GZ Betty。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Betty， 然后我要替统神再一次吊打超老屁孩。
辅助年纪虽长，但经验十足，以强大的打线能力、多变的选角、开团能力，帮助隊伍取勝的頂級輔助 TSW BA。
Hôm nay tụi mình sẽ đánh cho mấy ông già nghỉ game luôn.
让我们再次的把欢呼声献给今天的 Team Baron 以及 Team Dragon。好的，台上那两个主播赛品刚刚在那边拓 T4哦，聊天室的各位召唤师，把你加入英雄联盟当时最新的角色是谁，打在下面的聊天室或者是留言区，让我们看一下。我是塔隆踢的，不知道台上那两个屁孩是什么踢的。好的，那么我们的经典模式正式启动。
And that is the classic show match we have prepared here today, Carrix, because as you've probably seen, they're bringing classic back. So it's Team Baron versus Team Dragon. Do you have your eyes on either of these teams here?
Well, it's a classic show match. Team Baron is made up of all of the Unks, and we're playing Unk League. So Team Baron's got my vote.
Yeah, look, as a bit of a unk myself, you know, I was born in the numbers that starts with 19 and the 8. I feel like that would be more my team as well, but I mean, you can't go past Ijeong, Draktar, Hongshu, Betty, and BA. They feel a bit more contemporary. It feels like they might be a little more out of touch with the classic game, but bring new and exciting players.
Draktar's never seen a Madrid's Blood Razor in his life.
You think that'll give them the advantage?
Hongshu doesn't know that Veigar used to deal more damage if you had more AP. He's got no idea.
True.
Oh, and I'm so excited for this. I'm so keen for League Classic.
Yeah, and a lot of people are. We've seen a lot of classic show matches all around the world. I believe LCS had theirs today. I saw MSI. They did a classic match as well. As we go to the draw. Look at the old profile pictures.
Yeah.
Oh my
Love
God.
It. Old Soraka when she was still like kind of evil. I love it. So I'm curious to see where they go ADC wise, because also Katarina as well. They've given her old W back. I know that was on the latest patch of League Classic. She's got the old instant W. Katarina's actually a really interesting one. Back in the day, she was like the League champion. She was like one of the faces of League that was super popular. And then they were like, look, this champion's unbalanceable. We have to rework her. And she got a little bit less popular over time. But this is like classic Katarina back.
But speaking of like the face of League and changes as well, I know that they're releasing League of Legends Classic around Season 3, right? And they say around Season 3 because there's some Season 2 elements, there's some late Season 3, nearly Season 4 elements to this. They've kind of tried to find a nice balance. And Ari, when they released Ari, she didn't, I think it was, they didn't have her like E ability, so they had to like fix it, so she did.
Yep. There's so many things here. Obviously, we've just like raced through the draft here. We'll have to talk about it as we get into game. These teams are super keen. It's funny that you bring up Ari. I was looking at it. I was like trying to figure out which patch did I start playing in. It was actually one patch before Ari. I started playing when Volibear came out, and Volibear came out right before Ari. So this is right when I started playing, when I was 11.
Oh my god. The best I can claim to anything even close is that, like, I remember playing back in season 1 with some friends, but that's like as much as I can remember. And then, like, I might have played like a couple of months and then I stepped off, and then I came back in like 22, 23, and I've been playing like almost daily since then. So like this is all new and exciting to me right?
This is when I played the most League of Legends. The highest ranked I've ever been was season 4, when I really grinded. In like, again, I was like 14 or something, 13, 14. But I think the funniest story I've got, because I've got so many stories about classic League of Legends, my funniest one I've got, I went to boarding school as a young lad. So we all played League of Legends together. We all queued up as a 5 and we went in and we played. And I have this distinct memory. My friend Nathan, he had never gotten a Penta in his life, even though he was a very good player. He's probably the best player out of all. He'd never gotten a Penta. He was on Akali, old Akali, by the way, abomination of a champion. He gets the quadra kill. He's chasing down the 5th guy. I respawn, teleport in, flash Malphite ult to steal it. He jumps over a desk to kick me in the face.
I don't know if that's a good memory. Oh my god!
I fully deserved it.
Yeah. I mean, if you tried to steal the Penta, then yeah, that's absolutely fair. But we're on Summoner's Rift for the LCP League of Legends Classic show match, and just look at the waddle on Gragas. My god, that is a waddle. Yeah, that's it. He's got aura and he is farming it. But like you're saying, we were taking a look at Soraka's bloody top lane.
Yeah, Soraka top. You got to remember, this is infinite mana Soraka. She can E herself to restore mana. You don't have to aim your Q. It just auto aims and MR shreds everyone.
Yeah. So what is it? It's Soraka top, J4 jungle, Gragas mid. Is that Ezreal bot with Zillion support? Oh my god.
Zillion has received almost no changes. I think he's got literally like 2 major kit changes. Is Maple just comes down onto Hongshu. I told you, these young fellas, they don't understand.
They don't respect it. And I love how Maple kind of just stopped and he's like, all right, I'll let you go. You need to understand what you're dealing with here. But Team Dragon, who even is their top laner? Kayle. And then they've got Cho'Gath, Katarina, Vayne.
It's Skarner.
Wait, what?
That's Skarner.
That's Skarner? No.
That's Skarner.
That icon? Come on. That's actually wild. The disrespect I'm playing to,
I just want to point something out. This is once again, it's old versus young. The Team Baron understands you have to leash your jungler in season 3. The jungler can't clear the jungle. He needs a little bit of help because the buffs have friends. We saw Team Dragon, they didn't leash the blue buff. That's going to slow Drakthar down more than you would think.
I would believe it. I would absolutely believe that. Okay, so it's Skarner in the jungle for Drakthar, Katarina in the middle for Hongshu, Vayne for Betty. But who is that support for BA? Is that Fiddlesticks?
That is Fiddlesticks. That's old Fiddlesticks, but he was really just a scarecrow. Look at him go.
Yeah.
This is where I don't quite remember exactly which patch this is. I'll find out soon. I don't remember if this is Infinite Bounce's Crow. Because he used to just throw a crow and it would ping around. See that he just threw it? That bounces. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure for a while, if it had something to bounce to, it would bounce.
Yeah, right, okay.
And up to as many times as you want it. And they think they limited that to 9 because it was ridiculous. Yep. And I don't know which version this is.
One thing that I am loving that we're seeing though is like the different elements of spell cast, right? So that cast that just went out from that Gragas there was no circle showing its area of impact, so it's like unavoidable. Whereas obviously they changed that for modern. Yeah, like straight away.
Yep, Gragas used to be a hell of a champion.
Used
see
to
if we
be,
can get the Skara combo. See if we can get the Skara combo out of Maple. He's got flash. Hongshu is actually in kill range.
And what's that gentleman's name? He was the world's winner, Fnatic. They just released a skin for him in
Shushay.
Memorandum. That's it, Shushay. And he was like known for playing Gragas, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He was a big Gragas guy. I think on the live, I say live on League Classic, they have added the item. I think don't remember. It's Shushay's something jug. It's like the Gragas barrel.
Yeah, they renamed
it's,
it.
Unholy Chalice. Yeah, it's Unholy Chalice.
Yeah, I love that they did that as well to commemorate them, and
really
that's
good.
like a lot of what this mode is about, right? There's like a lot of nostalgia, there's a lot of memory and sentiment that has gone into League of Legends Classic, because so many people who are still playing today or even watching now, they grew up on this exact sort of visual that we're seeing here on the old school Classic platform.
I am ecstatic. I was coming into this show match being like, I'm going to be really excited to cast this. I actually didn't realize, like, I'm actually a little bit emotional seeing League back like this.
Drakthar.
As Draktar's found his way in. If he gets an auto attack, it will stun after he tags with the E. So good flash there by Evie.
Wow. Okay, that's OP. One, like, E auto for a stun? That's wild.
I think it's one auto. I'll admit I didn't play Skarner back in the day, so I might be misremembering that.
Yeah, but I mean, Levi obviously respected it because he's flashed out of that one. He definitely doesn't want a bar of it, but Draktar's found Null in the jungle.
Yep, and Skarner will beat the hell out of you if you let him. As good escape there by Null. Does manage to get away. Is he going to go the classic, like the old Atlas Impaler builds on Jarvan? I don't think we have enough money in the jungle.
I mean, look at this CS advantage that Maple's eking out over Hongshu in the mid lane. Has that ult level advantage going for play.
There's the Ignite going down. Hongshu's flashing away, but in comes the charge, and Maple puts the youngster down.
Wait, did you say youngster or ungster? Uh-oh, topside.
Youngster, Evie, he's in a bit of trouble as E-Jung has to get away, but Evie is out of mana, needs to get to that E cooldown, but it's fairly long. Drakthar doesn't want to chase. Does manage
Evie
to...
just... Yeah, he did really well there to move very, very early, and I like how he started to try and take out Kayle. But yeah, Hongshu obviously flashing here to get away from Maple. Maple knew he had the health, had the dash, just able to close that one out as BA gets a war down, spots Null. But what I liked there that we saw, right, it was Gam Drakthar versus Gam Null in that jungle. So like a little bit of Gam on Gam violence.
And look, there he is. It's Big Wraith. You don't see him anymore.
Yeah.
Bring it back. It's the white.
Oh, goodness me. But like, one thing that I'm really appreciating about this, right, is like going on this trip down memory lane and seeing what the game used to be like and where players have come from to where they are now. And you look at the faces of the players in the cameras and they're having an absolute blast. Like Hongshu just has a smile plastered on his face, despite getting first blooded.
And one of the things that's genuinely really interesting, because there was a big like philosophy shift in how League was sort of played at a high level when wards got restricted. Because at this point, you could just buy it. You can just have like 10 wards on the map. If like you can play 10 wards. Oh, hang on. We've got a replay here. Did we miss a death? I think we did. SOFM gets caught out. No, gets away. Oh, no. Burns down. Fair enough. There it is.
Yeah.
BA claiming that one. It's hard to see the Ignite particles. So was Dragon firing back? And of course, it makes sense that BA would be the one to operate in this environment as he is the Unk that still plays. Oh, Maple in trouble, but Hongshu gets interrupted. There's the Impale. It will be a trade. But Maple does well.
Yeah, good job there to keep that one an even trade, as you would say. But something, a fun little fact as well for those of you back in the LCP who may or may not, be as connected on socials and don't see these stories, is that League Classic came back because a bunch of passionate rioters, in Riot head office in LA, they have like their own mini.
Heavy in some trouble. As you see, Kale can ult and still keep attacking while it's going. It's not a channel. She's just invincible. As Evie is going to be able to walk out of this one. Maybe. Needs one more auto attack. There's the W. There's the barrier. He's all right. Gets out. Norl helping him out as well. I don't think they're going to be fast enough. As the Soraka ult pop just be showing over the wall. He goes straight into the waiting arms of Maple. The MR shred is going to be there as well from so many Starfalls coming in. Hongshu also in trouble. Maple, an absolute juggernaut right now. Trying to chase him down, putting up the logo. We love to see it. Maple, though, he is punishing them. Cataclysm comes in, putting Drakthar in. You can't run through walls. It's the wrong Skarner, and Maple with a triple.
My goodness, Team Dragon thought they found an angle onto Evie of Team Baron, and Baron just collapsed and turned it around. Maple 5-1. He's got nearly every single kill for Team Baron here. This is a shellacking right now, but I was talking before about how this came about, right? And at League headquarters in Riot, they have their own kind of hackathon as Evie's going in on E'Zhang. No, we'll walk away. They have their own kind of hackathon, and I think it was a team of 27 or 72. I think it might have been a team of 27 riders that made Classic as their hackathon sort of project, and they liked it so much. Oh, okay, so BA just died in the replay?
Yep, he had a zillion bomb on him. He got tagged up. As then we see the back end of this. One funny thing, I had actually forgotten this, but I noticed it during this play. Gragas E is not a stun in this version. It's a slow. Because it doesn't stop Katarina ult.
Oh, okay, so it could have altered for sure then.
Potentially, yeah. The Crow Storm has come out. They're going under the tower. NL actually does pretty well, but not well enough. But here comes the reinforcements. BA managing to get away as Maple has a chug in front of Hongshu. Norl goes in, does not land the flag and drag. Well played by Betty, but can't outplay the party barrel. Hongshu under the tower. Pop. And that's another 2 for Maple. 7-1.
Maple on fire with this AP Gragas in this League Classic show match as Noel starts up a Drake here. Oh my goodness, man. Maybe I can finally finish talking about this, right?
Yeah.
So it was a mini hackathon. League did it in their head offices. I think it was a team of 27 or 72. I saw it over on Twitter. And they did this as their project. They built League Classic. Okay, Drakthar, stop me.
It's all right. We can watch Noel die while you talk. It's all right.
And yeah, they liked it so much they put it up to the rest of the Riot team, and they were like, you know what, we have to do this, and then it was built. Like, it was just a simple passion project that led to the re-emergence of Classic. So you love to see that coming through, and that Riot is like, yeah, you know what, we will let you do this. Like, we will support and back you, because it really feels like this is a for the players kind of build, if you will. The fact that this exists at all, and so many people are excited for it.
It is. If I can get a little. Hang on a second. I might not be able to do much. Oh, good interrupt there. Betty stops the body slam. Maple is gonna go down here. Lovely work by Betty. But just to sort of go what I was saying, if I can get a little nostalgic, I like don't play as much League as I'd like to. Or at least I don't play ranked. I play normals, but when you're like casting a lot of League, it's a bit like, been thinking about League of Legends all day. Cracks knuckles. Time to sit down and play more League of Legends. But as soon as I saw League Classic, I had friends that I haven't like spoken to since university messaging me being like, we got to play. Like, we got to get the boys back together. It's such a good thing. I know a lot of games are doing this kind of thing. There's just this recognition that we're just there is generations of people that have played games, and bringing them back is so good for communities.
Yeah, it's really good for communities, really good for nostalgia, etc. As Yizhang walked forward, but Evie had a ward there, so I was able to spot it out. There it is, Shushei's mana jug that they were just displaying.
Crowstorm, Evie in trouble. Look at the damage of the old Fiddlesticks ult. Evie trying to get under tower, doesn't have access to Soraka ult. Few seconds off it, does manage to get a W down. He's gonna live, he's gonna clean them up. I think he gets both here, as he'll just walk forward, ult himself. The drain isn't good enough. BA, there's nothing to dodge. Oh, gotta just walk into the brush. Never mind, doesn't even have to. It hits you even in the brush without vision. Crazy button.
Yeah, actually, that's kind of wild. But the play there, 2v1 under the tower, and Evie lives, walks it off. Maple, though, could be caught here.
He's with Drakthar. Doesn't matter, has Null coming to help.
Yeah, and I mean, Hongsu was just forced out of that fight. Oh my god. I mean, if we're talking about this game, there's like a 7k gold diff in favor of Team Baron. Maple's just tanking turret shots as you please. And here was the great use of that vision control from BA before going in on Evie here in this top side. Ults in, Yizhang's there. Then Evie just walks it off.
Yeah, just walks out of it. Kayle is a champion that needs a lot of time. That's true in Modern League. It was even more true in Old League. She needs items. She needs to be able to really survive long fights. And as ridiculous as the point and click stun on the Fiddlesticks is, BA clearly maybe doesn't know how the Star Caller works, as there's no hiding from it.
That's it.
The
NL
final
on the
hour
board,
comes
2-1.
out.
Yep.
SOFM just flashes away. Now Nor will come back around. BA is in trouble. Down he goes. The Fiddlesticks, unfortunately, in this version of League, is a little bit of an alt bot. So when he doesn't have the Crowstorm, he's not too happy. There is a 2-level lead in mid lane. This is the other thing about League Classic. There is no catch-up mechanic. If you get owned in lane, you're done.
Yeah, like, well, you know, in Contemporary League, we say, oh, they're out of the game, but there's always a way back in. But, like, it feels like in Classic, oh my god, this Baron is shredding Null. Zillion has to pop that ability to keep him alive. But it feels like in Classic, there's, like, no way back in, right? Like, you are cooked.
Yeah, Baron coming, does manage to get them to back off. Baron really does hurt.
Yeah. But I love the commitment to the bit, right? Team Baron, they had to start Baron. All right, they had to, for the meme, for the game, for their reputation, if you will, here, characters. We do see BA just get a ward down. Maple patiently waiting in these brushes, though. We go to this replay. Ooh, a good condemn there to get SOFM further away. Betty, though, feeling himself, but 1Q from NL does 50% of Betty's health, and Null diving forward onto BA, like, also 50%. There's just so much damage coming out of Team Baron.
And it's interesting to like sort of look at the ADCs, because Vayne is being played in the bot lane in this game. Vayne is not played in the bot lane anymore. Pretty firmly a top laner at this point, as horrendous as many of us may find that. But back in the day, it was the holy trinity of ADCs, because it was Ezreal, Graves, and Corki. Because Graves was an AD carry, because he didn't have his shotgun mechanic. And then, so that was the rock, paper, scissors. And I distinctly remember as Evie is finally going to go down. He still nearly takes one with him. I remember it being talked about as those three are rock, paper, scissors, and then Vayne was banana. So if you were good enough, you could pull out banana, and people were like, well, what the hell?
What do we do with this? We can't cut through it. We can't wrap it up. We can't smash it with a rock. It's too squishy. But one thing that I want to note there is they sent 4 members to top to try and kill Evie as SOFM walks in at 3.
Oh, that's not what you want. SOFM is found. The Crowstorms will chop him down. Yizhang will get himself a tower.
Yizhang gets his first kill of the game too. I think he's 1 and 2, but in replay, we saw someone else go down from Team Dragon.
No, caught in the brush. Hongshu. Just unlucky. Betty had to flash and heal away there as well.
Yeah, so a lot of summoners burn there to get away from that one. Holy. This is chaos and I love it.
Can we just point out for a second the CS on the junglers?
Yeah, I mean,
They're
the
doing
jungler's
fine,
90. Yeah, it's 90 over to Drakthar, 77 over to Null, but look at the CS in mid lane. Maple 150, a clear 60 over Hongshu on that Katarina.
Ejung pops the ult, stays safe for a moment. The crow bounces. It is capped. It is the capped version of it. I just realized BA has built one of my favorite items in the game. He's got the spooky ghosts. Twin shadows are on the rift. I don't know if you... This one, I think that was a season 3 item from memory. Oh wow, BA just gets blown up. You press that, 2 little ghosts just run out and they find the nearest 2 people who can touch them. So you just get to find where people are for free.
Oh, okay.
The fight continues. Ejung going lower and lower. Oh, he gets him with the super server tactics. Doesn't quite work. NL sniffs it out. Will chase him down on the other side of the fight. Evie gets impaled. They need to get him quickly before he can get any more heals off. They manage it. Betty has got himself a double kill. Can they navigate around this? Maple coming in. This is the big boy on the map. Triple kill now for Betty. Maple needs to find him. He doesn't have access to the barrel, but does have a lot of damage. It's not enough. The true shot bolts comes in. Betty in time. Quicksilver bolts, of course, I mean, as SOFM the only one to get away. Betty back in this.
Yeah, look at the smile on Betty's face. It says it all. Maple absolutely loving it as well. Is like, holy, you've got to respect that Vayne, because that was a lot of damage, a lot of really good kiting too. Sorry, what was that?
So I just saw old Phantom Dancer icon.
But and you look at the gold, right? So like in contemporary league or modern league, there's like bounties, whereas here in classic it's actually showing negative. As we take a replay on this one, 4 members of Team Baron were here. They fancied their odds, but the rest of Team Dragon are collapsing, right? And they identify Null as a potential target. Null waits it out so SOFM can give him the free death before re-engaging here. But Dragon, they play the patient game, right? They're kind of sidestepping and they're buying time for Betty to come down, and that's when it turns more favorable and Betty just starts to rain those silver bolts down. Evie kind of just caught out on the side here, not really sure what he was hoping to achieve. Maybe like the rest of Team Baron linking up a bit sooner with him. Maple obviously trying to make that hero play here at the end of the fight, and Betty's just able to free fire. Oh my god, those silver bolts do so much damage. That condemn saved Betty. Oh my gosh.
It was pretty huge because he was about to throw out that barrel and the barrel has no delay. If it goes out, you can just pop it immediately. Very hard to dodge. So this game, suddenly, a fair bit closer. It still is 8,000 between them, of course. And the sight stones... I just want to look at SOFM's build. He's got 3 GP5 items. He's rolling in it.
Yeah, I mean, why not? If you can, you do it. Rolling in it is better than being rolled, as the kids would say. I mean, I might be chopped and unk, but my references are from this era, you know? Team Baron, though, they are sweeping the Baron pit, just making sure there's no vision. Maple over the wall, fancies his chances against Ejung.
Throws the barrel. The teleport will come in. He can't stop it. The E isn't a knock-up, but Evie certainly can. The E from Soraka will stop that one easily. The silence just comes in.
Yeah, really good job there to stop that channel. But one thing that I hope we actually get to look at when we come out of this classic matchup, this show match, is we've kind of injected a little bit of our own history here tonight, Carrix, and we've got kind of like a slideshow.
BA flashing forward, will pick up that first kill. Betty is exhausted, needs to outplay that one. Maple tries to go in, but again, it's not actually a knock-up. Hongshu could go massive here if he finds a good Shunpo. Can't quite do it, as unfortunately, NL just doing way too much damage on the Ezreal. The 2 carries for Team Dragon have got to get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, it does have that Triforce as well. So much poke damage coming through from that Ezreal. We saw it a little earlier, doing like 30-40% of the health bars of some of these squishier members. But I was saying that we kind of also have a show or a slideshow, if you will, of our own kind of memories of League of Legends, kind of, you know, older clips and older photos. Hopefully, once this game is done, we get the chance to show you all and try and help make your old memories surface as well, which is just fantastic Englishing there from me right now. But a trip down memory lane.
It certainly is. It's a big trip. Even some of these players, for those that maybe don't know too much about me pre-LCP, as Hongshu in trouble. Really good Shunpo there, actually. Stuffs a lot of Maple's damage. BA will go down, but they've done all right, almost taking out Null. Given how the start of the fight went, Team Dragon's barely happy. But just as I was saying, maybe those that don't know me, I cast the VCS for a really long time. I cast Null for like 2 or 3 years, I think, before he retired. It's great seeing these guys back on stage playing this version of the game. Oh no, the fight is broken out, but Betty's gonna get this done. The damage is there. Oh no, NL wins out the ADC fight, and he will be able to run away with this fight. Good start by Hongshu, but it's not gonna be enough. Oh, doesn't quite land on that Q, and Null enters. We'll be able to take him down. Baron get a big fight win.
And one thing that I'm loving seeing as well, and you know, you and I both have chat up. We're seeing people make comments about, you know, champions running out of mana, and you mean you lose health by doing camps? What is this? And the classic, the old OG pink wards when they were actually pink, and it's memories like this that people still have that they'll be able to relive and revisit in Classic, as we do take this replay here, and Evie just doing so much healing, keeping Team Baron healthy for long enough for the rest of the team to arrive. NL, so much damage here. Great silence. Izhang's unable to do anything, but Hongsu went in for a one-way trip and goes right back out.
Yeah, they do manage to hold on. And it's so refreshing to see it. We're zooming in. Logan, do you know what that minion is?
No.
It's Banner
the
of
zoom was a bit
Command.
quick for me.
It's Banner of Command out of Evie. You just walk up to a minion and go, there you go, mate. Go take the base for me and leave. And that minion, if it's not dealt with, it's taking that inhibitor.
Oh, wow, really? Like, it can do that?
Oh, yeah, 100%. It will take the inhibitor if someone doesn't go deal with it.
Oh. Which lane was that in? Was that in mid or top lane? Or
That was bot lane.
Oh, okay. I see no one's down in bot lane. There is a big minion wave there for red, though, pushing out towards blue base. So, you know, shouldn't be an issue as a scuffle here. Maybe in the jungle. Maple at 13-4, the single most fed member of Team Baron, and level 16, absolutely feeling himself. And you look at that, he does have a 3-level advantage over Hongshu, but in the jungle, Drakthar has the 2-level advantage over Null. So, you know, in the end, it all works out.
Jungler levels don't matter though. They're just CC bots. Admittedly, Drakthar has gone full damage Skarner, which I very much respect. Maple goes for a play, but is met with an impale into a condemn. SOFM bailing him out for a moment, maybe able to find his way onto BA. He does, but at best, it's going to be a 2-for-1. Maple on the run, does a lot of damage. They need to play this one a little bit safely, but he's just running into the opposing base. He knows that his bread is buttered, has a drink, and goes down.
I wonder what kind of butter they used 200 years ago when League of Legends Classic was a thing. I wonder if it was delicious. Yeah, I don't know. Well, is it a good question? I don't know. I would say it's not, because I don't even know if butter existed 200 years ago, but what does exist now is League of Legends.
A while ago.
Yeah. League of Legends Classic and League of Legends at the same time. So it's catering to both elements of the player base, but quick look at the CS, and I mean, Team Baron, they're still up like 9k gold here, and they have massive CS advantages in, you know, 2 lanes. 2 lanes, I'll give them that. Is that an Infinity Edge on that Vayne, by the way?
Yeah, that's IE. Yeah, that's the Vayne build. This was the Vayne. When I was talking about the Holy Trinity, it's because they all built Triforce back in the day. You built Triforce on Graves, Corki, and Ezreal, and Vayne doesn't build Triforce. That's why she was weird. But you see, 3-item Vayne, I mean, Vayne's got a reputation as crazy scaling for a reason. Dragon is secured, but we're not counting down to any souls. Dragon is just a sack of gold. Drakthar knocked in, does have the KO ult to keep him safe, gets it impaled. There's a Cataclysm though. The damage is raiding in. NL getting it done. Needs to be a little bit careful. His mana bar fairly low. Betty will pop the final hour, desperately trying to get it done, but Maple just a little bit better. The Crow Storm goes in, but Maple cleans up 3 and goes to 17 kills.
Maple's like, back in my day, this is how you did it, kids, and do it he is, as they look to go to the Baron. They want to take their namesake, but look at the damage this Baron does as well. Evie, though, tanking it. Like, how many items does this Soraka have finished now? That's insane.
It's Frozen Heart. It's Frozen Heart Rowan. This is full tank Soraka. You go Frozen Heart because you need a lot of mana. Let's have a look at how this one was there. They just didn't have eyes on Maple. It was a really well-timed ult by Ejung, but just not enough.
Yeah, Ejung goes down inside that Cataclysm, and Maple charging forward, knowing he has a team. NL all up in Betty's face, so all of his skill shots hit too. Like, you just can't dodge those point-blank Qs coming out of that Ezreal as well there. But yeah, look, I think it's safe to say Maple is carrying this one, but it bought enough time as well for NL to come online, because I think he's just completed his 3rd item here. So like 9 and 2 for NL, 18 and 5 for Null there is... Wait, another replay with Maple again against Hongsu? What is happening?
They just got the one shot. Look at the damage that the barrel does.
Jesus. And I love
he's got Deathfire.
Like...
He does go down. He's got that Deathfire touch. He's got the Rabidance. He kills people.
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
Red team's inhibitor has been destroyed.
This is great. I kind of love seeing like the champion frame as well. Like, see how there's like a little black outline around the edge of the champs, so that they kind of pop, they kind of stand out against the rest of the rift. I like that, so that you can see them, but I definitely love the more modern skins. Like 100. Wait, does the Q go through minions from Ezreal?
No, he just weaved it. He just weaved that one through. As there's a big Crow Storm, BA moving in. Evie, he's fast. Is he fast enough to get away from Ejung? No, he's not. Drakthar collapsing for the other side as well. Good catch by Team Dragon.
Yeah, nicely played there. They are down, but they are definitely not out. You still need to respect the sheer numbers difference, because, like, yeah, okay, you might have like 4 members, but you need 5 to win these fights. Drakthar just checking those jungle camps. Betty still farming up. I really feel like Betty is the hope of Team Dragon here, and you take a look at those turrets, right? Team Baron, they still have their mid-tier 1.
The thing I'm a little bit worried for Team Baron is that the scaling for Team Dragon is crazy. They've got Kayle and Vayne.
Yeah.
These are late game monsters. 4 items now on the main. Has that Wit's End. Has the... That's Madrid's Bloodrazor. Even I'm trying to remember. It's been too long. As Ejung, you can see the damage is coming in, just moving forward, shredding through Null. Betty there as well, desperately trying to proc that W. Does well, but gets one shot by Maple on the other side. Hongsu can't find too much more. It's a 2 for 2 at the moment, but NL has been taken out. That's a huge win for Team Dragon. Drakthar on the front side. He's not actually that tanky. This is a full damage scanner. Has to play this one really carefully around Maple's cooldowns as they come back up. There's the Impale trying to drag Evie in, but it's a Soraka with a Zillion behind it. This thing does not die. In goes Maple. He misses the body slam. The barrel doesn't do enough. He's gonna go down when Drakthar charges forward. Ejung picking up the kill. Evie on the backside trying to take out BA, but the fear into the drain keeps him alive for long enough that the team is probably going to be able to trade it back. Drakthar will get the slow from that E. There it is. The Star Calls are not enough, and Team Dragon, they're coming back.
the single longest fight in League of Legends Classic in LCP history. Mark that one in the record books. That took forever. I think I grew grey hairs while you were casting that fight there, Carrick. As we see, it's kind of here where Izhang and NL, they're like poking around, they're dancing around one another. Betty aggresses forward. And it was a fantastic flash from Betty the moment that Cataclysm went down, but unfortunately he flashed straight into the waiting arms of Maple. But while that was happening, the rest of Team Dragon took out NL, and that was all of Team Baron's damage gone. And still in this 3v3, Team Baron stick around, they fancy their chances. Drakthar, I believe that's the ult. If that's the modern day Skarner, that's the ult. Onto Evie. Evie's trying to... Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm like, I'm talking, but I don't know if I'm right because I'm not familiar with Classic to that level. And then, yeah, Team Dragon, they turn it around and they win the fight over Team Baron.
Ooh, BA has been caught out there. He goes down and crucially, he had Oracle's Elixir. Back in the day, supports had to buy Oracle's Elixir and then it was protect the president. But they've just lost theirs. Oracle's Elixir, back in the day, you bought it as a support, you drank it, and then you'd have a little eye above your head, and you could see wards. But if you died, you lost it, and it was 400 gold. And supports didn't have money. 400 gold might not sound like a lot to you whippersnappers. Back in the day, that was a down payment on a house. Oh no, Ejung has to ult himself to stay safe. The minions are pushing forward. Oh, NL cleans him up. That Flash Wolves experience coming in clutch. Hongju, oh no, caught out. Betty will go down. Team Baron, they're looking to end this one. The towers are gone. The Nexus will follow. BA can do naught but throw a crow. They've got to dive the fountain for him. Down goes Evie. They're not going to do it in the end. The Crow Storm will be used in celebration. And Team Baron, Team Unk gets up.
Experience wins the day. Maple on that Gragas was an absolute menace. Well done, taking the LCP's first ever League of Legends Classic show match. It's as good as an international trophy. Put that one in the cupboard. I assume you're going to get like a lanyard or a, something as commemoration. But that was awesome.
Give you a walking stick.
They're like a little, they're trying to get Evie up onto the stage. They're like, you're the most modern of us. But here we go, celebrating the victory, and the crowd loves it.
And how could they not?
Tôi không nghĩ trận đá một chiều như vậy. Good game.
Yeah, good game.
很好玩。
That's it. That's it. That was a great League of Legends Classic show matchup here in the LCP tonight, Carrick. Carrick, let me ask, how do you feel now, having just witnessed that? Did it bring back a flood of memories? Does it make you want to log on and play Classic? We'll get to it after this.
期待下个版本跟你交手。
太xui。
对面的老登有点太狡猾了。
Yeah, so to answer your question, as I said, look, I played so much League back in this era. It was one of the things where I was looking at item icons, and initially my conscious brain was like, I don't know what item that is. I don't know what that does. And then some deep lizard part of me was like, yes, you do. That's Feral Flare. You used to play that. You used to play Warwick, remember? And it's so much fun. I cannot wait for League Classic to hit the live servers. I've got so many friends that, as I said, I haven't spoken to in years, but we're all keen to get back on League Classic together. And for all of you out there, all of you unks, all of you boomers, it's our time. It's League Classic.
Look, I'll out myself. I'm 38 years old. I'm the most unk of uncasters there is right now. But I will admit, after watching that, after seeing that, I definitely want to log in and check it out as well. See what it was like, right? Because it's, I know some people will probably say it's not the authentic experience, but it's near authentic as you possibly can. As we take a look at some of these highlights, Maple getting that first blood on that Gragas on Hongsu. And look at him, he's loving it. He's like, well, that was good.
And I mean, NL, what a performance out of him. Really bringing back some old Flash Wolves nostalgia. Obviously very important to our region, that team. I think they're still the most dominant team in a region ever. I think DFM might have challenged them in Japan, but it's close.
Yeah.
Like, Flash Wolves won everything.
I mean, when you're good, right? Obviously, CFO had their tear in 2025, but they didn't win the big international stages. But it's good to see a lot of these names that, you know, a lot of players have grown up watching. Because if you remember, like, League of Legends, it's like 15 plus years old. People started playing this when they were like, oh, God, even single digits, right? I'm sure there's some 9 and 10-year-olds who started playing this when they were young, and then they've grown up with this, and now they're in them. Yeah.
There are players younger than the game now, like professional players.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Which is insane. That makes me feel horrendously old.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about. And there's players who will have kids now who they will grow up and they will play this game. And they can put them on the Classic and be like, oh, son or oh, daughter, this was my experience and this is how you play proper League and all that sort of stuff. So I hope that the game is well received. I hope that maybe it becomes like a special game mode that they rotate in. Side note, Riot, please bring out Swarm. I would be forever grateful. So that like we can keep microdosing that nostalgia, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that, look, we'll have to see how it goes. We'll have to see if it's just a nostalgia trip or if there's like a real hunger for it. I think there's, like, I don't know how things are going to go, but if I was to prognosticate a little bit, there's a world where it's just a second way to play League and it just exists all the time. They've talked about how they want to like have community input on how patching is going to go. It's not just going to follow like, well, after this patch, we nerfed Vayne or we buffed Graves or whatever. They're going to do voting. It's going to be talking about like, okay, what about this champion? Is this champion appropriate for League Classic or is that mate? Because I know they talked about Yasuo as a bit of a shift. And I think it's right. Because as someone that's old, I'm old. In my head, Yasuo is a new champion. Before Yasuo, they're like, oh yeah, those guys have been around forever. Yasuo, I'm like, you're new. I don't know you.
Yeah.
Even though he is objectively very old.
It was like a shift in design theory, right? Like they had a first wave of heroes or champions, and they were like, this is the design language. This is how we want this game to feel. And then Yasuo hit the rift, and he felt so different. He had such different design elements, a lot of hyper mobility about him that it really kind of changed the direction of the game. And I think, like you were saying, that's kind of like the break point where they might look to close that seasonal loop on Classic, right? Because like we were saying, it's approximately Season 3 Classic with some elements of 2, some elements of late 3, early 4, and they haven't yet said how far they'll go with it, but there will be like a cut-off and end to it. But that's enough from us here for the League of Legends Classic show match, Carrix, which was a blast. Thank you so much for your insights, clearly showing your knowledge and depth on that ancient version, if I do say so myself. And we will be right back with some more contemporary, some more modern League of Legends straight after this break.
Man, the energy here, It's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP promotion series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
secret of Wales. They'll be our first LCP champions.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
2v2 Side Selection Showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP Promotion Series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
There's nowhere that we need to be on this empty line. There is only you and me. We don't mind, we don't mind. We don't mind, we don't mind. We don't mind the heat. Sweat the night, sweat the summer. Watch the midnight streets, going one way and another. We don't mind. We don't mind. Watch the midnight streets, going one way and another. We don't mind, we don't mind.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
SCFO will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales. They'll be our first LCP champions.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Welcome back after what was a nostalgic League of Legends classic show match, Carricks. We are back and readier than ever for the LCP Split 3 of 2026.
Yeah, we're gonna get up to 88 miles per hour, jump forward into the future, because we're getting back to modern League of Legends into LCP Split 3. Worlds is on the line, and all these teams need to get off to a good start, because we have a bit of an interesting new formula for this split.
That's it, absolutely. As you say, 3 tickets to Worlds for the LCP, but we are trying the Swiss stage here in the LCP Split 3 2026. It starts here tonight and tomorrow night with some BO3s, GZ vs MVK, SHG Team, Secret Wales, DFM, GAM, CFO, DCG. And then, depending on your wins and losses, you follow this bracket, you follow this chart as laid out here tidily for us by the production team. And then as you fight your way through these Swiss stages, you eventually come to what I believe will be those seeding matchups, but a little bit about that later as we take a look here and now, Carricks. Tonight we have GZ, the newly revitalized roster of the PCS versus MVK of the VCS. Now, these are the only 2 teams that have actually made any changes between Split 2 and Split 3. And then later tonight, SHG versus Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, and it's good that we can get Ground Zero up on the screen, because this is a very different looking team. 3 players have changed. Ejung and Hoocher remain, but now it's Uniboy, Betty, and Kaiwing making up the rest of the team. Ground Zero was a team that I think was hitting their stride at the end of last split, and I think they've upgraded in all 3 roles.
Look, I have to agree with you. I definitely do think these are upgrades. Uniboy, whilst he hasn't played Tier 1 League of Legends for about a year, he does have a long and storied history behind him. He went to Worlds in, I think it was 2018 and 2020. He's played for PSG Talon, so fans of our region will know Uniboy, so I think this is a great pickup in the mid lane. And Betty and Kaiwing, they've both played for PSG as well, but they've never played together until now. Can you believe that, Carricks?
It's pretty crazy that they've somehow just avoided each other, but finally they are together, and they're of course taking on this still a young team of MVK, Kratos, Guri, Chica, Haki, and Sulong. This is their second split trying to prove themselves, and again, this is another team that has it all to play for.
Yeah, sorry, small correction there as well. So obviously Kai Wing and Betty. Kai Wing was CFO, Betty was PSG. They just still haven't played together. But MVK, look at this roster. 2 subs, 3 on the coaching team, and then MVK, Chica in the mid, Haki, who can hold his own. He's really risen as a superstar. Kratos, Guri, and Shulong. But let's take a look at the featured matchup here. Husha versus Guri in that jungle matchup. And some of these stats are telling. Husha with a seriously higher damage per minute. It tells me he fights more or goes for those higher damage junglers, Carrix.
Yeah, he really does. I think in the split one, a lot of the identity of GZ was Husha realizing that he didn't have to go top ever because Ejung was so good, and I say is so good, that he doesn't need a huge amount of attention. He's able to play weak side very easily. Husha's able to get a go. But the real question is, who have we backed tonight, Logan? I know I've lent the way of GZ, but you think I'm an idiot.
I didn't. Don't leak out DMs like that. I never said you were an idiot. But I have gone for 0-2 for MVK. I think teams need time to synergize. I think teams need time to come online and work together. So I think MVK, they've had that, but GZ haven't yet, which is why I've backed MVK in 2-0.
Yeah, look, I think as much as I did predict GZ, that is a bit of, I'm having a lot of faith in Ejung, and I think he will reward me. I said when we were sort of in our post split that I think there was an argument that Ejung should have been first team top lane last split. Obviously his team didn't finish super high on the ladder, so that was a hard argument to make, but he was so good that he just elevated this team. And it was sometimes the rest of the map that let him down, but just the additions that they have, getting these sort of PCS superstars onto the team, I think GZ are really one to look out for.
Well, one of my favorite things about the LCP in general and at large as well is just how strong our top laners are. Like Florin, Ejung, and Pun, I suggest are our top 3 top laners. Forgive the pun. Oh my god, it never ends with the LCP, top and pun. But Ejung in that top lane is, as you say, a menace. He has proven himself, and I definitely think that he can be a really strong win con for GZ if they want to play around that. But MVK on the other side, you know, they did a complete roster rebuild. I think it was in early mid-split 2, and they've had that time to practice. They've had that time to synergize, and they've got a really strong coaching team behind them. They've got 2 substitutes that they can bring in to, you know, throw a spanner in the wrench of any opposing team, right? Because it might be the same role, but every individual has different champ pools. Every individual has different play styles, and that could be the difference that gets you across the line.
Yeah, exactly. And it's why I'm so keen to see sort of how these teams are adapting. Of course, these are sort of 2 teams that didn't go to MSI, of course. They've had plenty of time to watch, to sort of see what the meta's developing. You know, Haki, have you been practicing some mage bots, perhaps? There's so many questions to be answered, and I'm so interested. Obviously, my eyes are very much on GZ. I agree with you that sometimes teams, you do need some time. You got to build some synergy, but making a switch in the off season is a lot better than making it mid-split.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And one nugget of, teaser that you threw in there that I really, really liked is what have these players been playing in that off season? And you can watch the players on their solo queue accounts grinding champions and see how many games they're playing and what champs they're playing. And while they're not here playing tonight, one that I do want to point out is Doggo. Doggo for CFO is their AD, but he's been leaning heavily into this mage meta that we find ourselves in, and he has been practicing a lot of those mage bot laners. And if you watched MSI, you would have seen the likes of Gumayushi on that Ziggs terrorizing the bot lane. You would have seen Han Sama of G2 on Syndra in the bot lane. Even Cassiopeia made an appearance. So have these teams in the time between split 2 and split 3 adapted? Have they been practicing those mage bot laners, or are they stuck in their ways? We will find out in a short while, once we're on the Rift here, Carrickson, I think that's very exciting to see our region form their own meta.
Yeah, exactly. And I love when that happens. I do think there were some things that this region just never really picked up. Like, I think a big one was Kiana. Just never really hugely played. It got a little bit of play here and there in the LCP, but was just not a big one. As I think we see why there might be a little bit of a delay as a screen is being fixed, but don't you worry. We've got the best technicians in the world right on it. But of course, Logan, we are skipping a little bit of a step because there's a 2v2.
Yeah, one of the like we didn't get to see that in the playoffs. I do love a little bit of 2v2 here in the LCP, which we still have. And as a reminder, as a refresher, we also will still have coach comms here in the LCP for Split 3. And this created a lot of conversation on social media as well. People were saying, oh, a coach comm is going to be a problem when you go to MSI where you can't have coach comms. And I did see Riot actually throwing up a few of the stats that they've been tracking when it comes to coach comms. And yes, LCP has access to coach comms, but we've barely been using them anyway.
Well, particularly DCG, our other MSI team, just literally never used it. Did not use it a single time, but we'll have to see how it does affect these teams. I think particularly for our mid to lower ranked teams, it's a really good sort of just a crutch to help them get there. And I think they're a little bit less worried about the implications internationally.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Team Secret Rails and DCG, they put their best foot forward at MSI. Team Secret Rails made a great run. They were the first ever LCP team to beat an LPL team in an international BO5. But enough about that. We are going to the Riot fist bump and get tonight started.
Hy vọng, hy vọng, kỳ vọng.
欢迎来到 LCP Arena 第3赛段第1周第1天的赛程，上半场比赛将会由 GZ 出战 MVK。在今天看到了出战的选手名单，包含了刚刚的经典赛事的时候呢，我想说今天今夕是何年？很多的老朋友全部都回归了，但是今天他们将挑战的 GZ 将挑战的呢，将是上一个赛段第4名的 MVK 老将 VS 小将，谁将更胜一筹呢？马上欢迎双方选手进场，上路一剑 Kratos。打野互下 Guri， 中路 Uniboy Chica。 下路 Betty Harky。辅助开 win 修long。教练 Skywalk Safam。今天最受瞩目的绝对是 GZ 的全新阵容哦，到底会是姜氏老德辣还是新瓶装舅舅呢？马上就用比赛来证明一切吧！比赛正式开始。
We are here for our first game of the LCP Split 3 2026 Garrix, and it is between MVK of the VCS and GZ of the PCS, and we are in for a 2v2.
So excited, E-Chung and Uniboy for GZ taking it to the Howling Abyss. Love to see it. One of the new players and a returning star, Guri and Chica for MVK repping the VC. As you can see, it's all smiles, all laughs. But will it be as fast and bloody as our show match?
Yeah, look, no. Long and short of it, no. It's not going to go as long. There's not going to be as many kills, but it's still exciting nonetheless. Because, like, in the past, we've seen these 2v2s end in, dare I say, like, sub 30 seconds. Because they just suddenly decide to all in the moment they see one another. And that's the thing I love about the LCP. That's the thing I expect of the LCP is see enemy, kill enemy. And that's why we're the most killingest region in the LCP. Production, please stat check that. With like more often than not, we have more than one kill a minute. I love our region.
Yeah, exactly. I always love it. And of course, we have reset. It's a new split. The 2v2 is split long fearless. So as soon as champions are played in the 2v2, they are banned for that team for the rest of the split. But given that this is the start of a new split, the world is our team's oyster. So far, the only thing not allowed is Hui.
Yeah, Hui as a first ban is interesting. I think that's a nod to the new mage meta that has emerged over the last couple of patches. Because previously, I don't even think Hui was picked or banned in our 2v2s on the Howling Abyss. And Akali, I think Akali is a great choice to ban away. Just that really strong AP skirmisher. Obviously, the ultimates, when they're unlocked, they make these champs so much more powerful. But I really think Akali does have a lot of power in that early game too. Then on the other side, Syndra and Varus banned away. You liking these picks so far?
Pantheon A-Soul from MVK. Not necessarily a lot of synergy, but a fun one, no doubt. Callista for Uniboy. I mean, these are two really fun pairings. You throw Anivia in. If she goes down, you've got the egg. It's actually kind of fun. We'll have to see when the fight really pops up. Of course, Garm isn't here tonight. Garm that just fights as soon as it starts. But I think around level 6, this one will be getting real interesting.
Yeah, I was going to say, A-Soul obviously being one of the scaling champs of League of Legends really needs those really needs those star shards to come online. So that tells me that they're going to slow play this one. Pantheon, obviously for its defensive benefits, that stun, that Aegis, really, really strong. Obviously being able to ultimate down and then stun immediately is nice, but I look forward to seeing how these two work out. They need to survive to level 6. And on the other side, GZ, they've drafted Anivia and Callista. They just have a bit more kill threat, a bit more potential in the early game here. We're here on the Howling Abyss with this 2v2, and good
Who
flash
is
of
going to
emotes,
deal
good
the
dodges,
first
good
point of
shots.
damage for the LCP this split? It's going to be Chica.
It's going to be Chica?
Yeah, Chica got that first hit. He got an Arcane Comet proc.
True.
He did a little bit of damage.
Do love to see that. We see Ijung has the Ignite. Uniboy with that barrier playing traditional AD Kirkwood wall.
Oh, the wall is good. They're going to have to come in. Look at the damage this Asol can do if he's allowed to channel that breath, just chunking Uniboy out. I agree with you. He is a scaling champion, but scaled or no, if he gets to channel that breath, he kills you.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like there's much CC on the side of Ijung either, right? Ijung throws that stun out. Chica knows he can dive forward, channel, and slow, and just get his full damage until Ijung's CC comes back up, which is a fair few seconds. So it creates that fantastic window of opportunity for this Asol. Getting some channeling down. Doesn't actually mind. The wall didn't knock him.
A lot of damage. It's a Comet Spear landed as well. GZ, they're bleeding a little bit, but they're still alive, and all they need is a health bar and a chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance. Guri having already used his Ignite as well as Ijung, so that sort of Ignite threat's no longer there. Uniboy has flashed and popped barrier, whereas Chica, though, still has both of his summoners, and it looks like they're just going to take some recalls here, reset, refresh, and come back out onto the Rift with the gold, I say Rift, Abyss, with the gold that they have earned. And I like this graphic at the top of their UI here, the health bars just replenishing up. It doesn't look like either team are coming back with full bars because Guri never went home.
Yeah, just sort of rushing out a little bit there. Ijung just not fully topped up. I'm sure he will be fine, of course, especially given he does have that egg. But we're approaching, hitting level 5. We're not too far away from level 6, which is when I think it's going to kick off. It's just going to be that big Aurelion Soul ult, and the question will be, of course, if the Kalista ult can do enough, as Guri is chunked very low, stunned up while the E's there. He is going to go down to the red. Chica in trouble. They can just dive this, use Ijung to take the tower. They choose not to overcommit. But now it's MVK in trouble as they've lost one. The stun will land, and there's the red. GZ will get first selection.
That's it. They really didn't want to let that game go to level 6. They knew the time they had to make that play. I liked that barrier timing coming out of Uniboy as well. He used it early in one of the trades, and then they played safe long enough that he got his barrier back one more time and was able to move forward very, very aggressively. Guri obviously went into GZ trying to get a stun off to protect Chica there, but that going back into them was Guri's death knell, and then Chica trying to escape, unable to get away from that sort of wall stun combo from that Anivia, and down they go. So the right of first selection will go to ground 0 here tonight, and I wonder if they're going to go for blue side or red side, or if they'll opt for champ select first.
I always think you should pick your side of draft, in my opinion. I think it just makes a lot more sense to me that we pick what side of draft we want. I think at the moment, I kind of like going red side, second pick, I should say. I think that final counter pick is really valuable, particularly for someone like Ijung.
Yeah, giving Ijung, as you've said, that powerful top laner counter pick, and being able to not only play comfortably in that lane, but also given the tools to take over that lane, means it can become a serious win con for GZ. And with their new roster, right, they've changed 60% of their roster, their mid, their bot, their support. I really think they need that experience. They really need that rock to rally around and play around. I think that would be easier for the newer, players to the team to come on board with. I think that would be the strategy.
Yeah, I do. I think you're right. I think there's a lot of strength there, making sure that the new players are comfortable in the system. They've had time to cook. Again, this was not a mid-split change like CFO last split. This was an off-season change. This should be a fair bit of time to have worked the players in. And yeah, we do see GZ did choose the second pick, and MVK chose the blue side of the map. So far, I'm 1 for 1 on predictions.
Yeah, I like this. This is an upgrade to our information, the data that we provide. Obviously, the ROFS is an indicator of right of first selection for winning that 2v2, and they decided to go for second pick, and that also nets them that red side. As we do go to these picks and bans, I'm expecting to see some heavier mage bans here. As we were talking about, we've actually gone into a mage meta in the bot side, so things like Cassiopeia, Syndra, they're much higher in prio for banning because they can be mid, they can be bot, and it really dismantles the toolkit of your opponents on the other side of the team. We do see Rumble, Poppy, and Syndra banned away by MVK. I like these bans. Poppy has risen in priority in that jungle role again. It's almost like she's inevitable, Carrix.
She's just got a really good kit. Poppy is so well designed. I love that champion. Sometimes she just doesn't have the numbers to be in the meta, but whenever her numbers are just like okay, they don't even have to be crazy. She's just got a good kit. That W, it's a good button. As MVK, they're hovering the Jace. This is a really strong champion at the moment. They've given Jace a lot of damage. It's been locked in. Is technically a flex pick, but I imagine that's going over to Kratos, but this does give up Camille support. And Camille support... Ooh.
And Camille support, I've started referring to Camille support as the Lee Sin of supports, right? Because you need to go hard, fast, aggressive early. That will likely be an ignite Camille because you want to get your bot side ahead and then you want to roam. So I expect this Camille to leave lane level 2 no later than level 3 and start to have impact across the rift into the likes of MVK. Ziggs, easy, fantastic wave clearing in the bot side, able to stay at maximum range, can very tidily 1v2 in a laning situation, and happy to just 1v1 and be left alone and farm up. But on the other side, I like the Shen pickup. I have to imagine that this is a support Shen for Shulong so that he can match the roams of Kaiwing on this Camille. These adaptations to this new meta, Carrix, I'm loving it.
Yeah, exactly. Very exciting stuff. One champion I'm noticing a bit of a lack of is Locke. Locke is available. He's not banned. He hasn't been picked yet. So maybe could come out a little bit deeper in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Locke's an AP mid, like melee AP mid laner, but we'll see if any of these pros do want to pick him. I'm looking forward to when we get the first opportunity as we check out an LCP fan sign to go, oh my God, Locke has been locked into the LCP for the very first time. It's locks on locks, you know what I mean? But we've got that Cassante picked up for GZ as well for Ezhang. Such a classic top laner, very strong, capable top laner there. As we also find ourselves on patch 26.14, I do want to point out, and that Vayne ban to protect Cassante.
Makes a lot of sense. Don't want to let a flex happen. Don't want to have that Jace suddenly decide he wants to go to another lane and really punish the Cassante. You don't want to have Ezhang in that kind of position. The Lee Sin ban out as well makes a lot of sense. Husha has had some fantastic performance on that. Champion is still very strong. He has received some nerfs. He's not quite as Thanos level as he used to be. Banned out as well. They really don't think this is a top lane Jace.
Yeah, no, they definitely think this one's going to be a jungle Jace, and it very well could be, but we've seen a lot more top Jaces of late than we have jungle Jaces, so it would be a bit of an interesting change if it does happen. But this is also MVK, Carrix, and these guys, they are chefs in the kitchen. They do love to bring out some non-traditional compositions. So I almost think this is a very smart read from GZ to go against that top lane, just to really guarantee, really drive home that Ezhang is going to have a good time, that Ezhang is going to be able to carry. And this is what you call pre-draft, right? Give Ezhang a later pick, protect Ezhang's pick, and let him take over the game. And dare I say, you know, a 3-item Cassante, nearly unkillable. He could very much do that. But I'm loving this jungle that GZ have picked up, Nefiri.
Yeah, Nefiri has a pretty big nerf coming next patch. There's not yet. That champion is still in a very strong state, so Husha going towards that as the lock is being hovered, could still be locked in, and there it is. It's a lock on lock.
It's the first lock in LCP Tier 1 play. And it looks like that's definitely going to be in that mid lane as well.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see what Ground Zero have to play into this. I wonder if they would have prepared for this, that this is MVK cooking, right? Aatrox as well. So it looks like Aatrox is going to be top, Jace in the jungle, Ezreal bot, lock mid, Shen support. I like MVK's draft. It's unusual.
Yeah, I actually think it might be Aatrox jungle. Guri plays a lot of Aatrox.
Yep.
He's a big fan of that one. I think give Kratos like that bully matchup into the Cassante. I mean, Cassante is able to play through bully matchups, don't get me wrong. But he should still be able to get out to a good lead. I like what MVK's put together. I think they should get off to a pretty good start. Jay should be able to bully the Cassante. Lock kills Galio. Galio hates this matchup. Playing melee into Lock is no fun. That said, if they survive the lane, there is a lot of comeback potential.
Yeah, for sure. And I really feel like this Galio is a play for late game, not a play for lane game. They're going to come out of the laning phase behind, but they're going to be able to play around the team, use those hero entrances, disrupt those fights, protect the team against, you know, the AP damage that Lock is able to bring. But I'm really looking forward to seeing the community's reaction to Lock being on the Rift for the first time here in the LCP. I mean, this is League of Legends' newest champion. He's still exciting. He's still new. He's still relatively unknown, still relatively untested in high-end situations, Carrix.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of those interesting champion releases where he sort of comes out in that little gap between splits and an international tournament. So he's been around, but we haven't seen the pro players on it. Obviously, there have been a few other regions playing it. I know it got played in the LCS and I think the LEC at least as well. But this is the first time we're seeing it here. We'll have to see what Chica can do. And I think, look, he's got the matchup. This was saved as a last round pick for him. He's got a good matchup, and I think he needs to carry this game.
Yeah, he definitely needs to step up and make Lock's presence known here, but we are on Summoner's Rift for the first game of LCP Split 3 2026. Let's take a look at those skins. Kratos has the Resistance Jace, Husha with just...
hang on. We've got a brawl as a taunt did land Sulong. Betty in trouble. Over the wall goes Harky, and it's a first blood, a minute and 20 into our split.
And that's the LCP, baby! We are a kill a minute region. We are explosive and exciting, and you do not know when or where that first blood will come from. Harky netting that one, so gold going in exactly the right place where you want it. Harky now up 500 gold.
Oh, hang on. Kaiwing jumped forward, trying to punish Sulong, but Harky comes in, helps his support out, and will force the reset from Kaiwing.
Yeah, you look at that, there's no CS over to GZ as well, so they still have that level disadvantage. MVK level 2, and there is GZ. They've just now caught up. So I like this from MVK. Proactive, they get that first blood, they get that extra gold over to Harky, and then they abuse their level advantage as well. So this is super heads up from MVK. They have come out kicking and screaming, and I know that you said that like the GZ changes were off split and hopefully they've had time to synergize, but they still haven't had as much time as MVK have, right? Yeah, MVK, they were the new kids on the block in split 2, but that's behind them now. They've got a little time, they've got a little experience, and Betty and Kaiwing working together can't say the same thing. But if we have a look at the junglers, they started on the same side of the Rift and they are now both bot side, which has proven to be quite explosive so far, Carrick. So maybe they're going to be looking for a play because they know there's a lot of summoners burned.
Yeah, it is a bit risky. It will be Guri first into the river, but the collapse could come in. Camille, obviously super fast on the roam, but it's another taunt from Sulong. Drags the sword through, and now with Kaiwing chunked out, this should be the river surrendered. A crab going over to Guri. Husha will be able to pick up the top crab, so it's not the most impactful thing in the world. Has to eat some nails just for fun, and but does go. Yeah. He'll get his camp, he'll get his crab.
Yeah, it's not enough that those nails can be like thrown out rapidly, but they also have a slow built into them, which means you can chain the nails, you can chain the slow and chase them down. So like, oh, okay. They were looking
With
at
the
a skirmisher.
Prio, this is really aggressive from MVK. They use the Prio that they had in both bot and mid. They get the double scuttle, and that actually puts Guri quite far ahead.
Yeah, definitely. CS advantage is in favor of Guri right now on that Aatrox. And when you mentioned the Aatrox, when they locked that Aatrox in, there's a little bit of a pause. I wanted to go back to the Aatrox of Split 2. I know you weren't that big of a fan of the Aatrox in Split 2, and I was right there with you, right? Because it just never felt like he found impact. It never felt like he found his way onto the Rift and was that insane, frontline sustain that we know he can be. But we've seen him perform at MSI. So maybe they've been buoyed by seeing that and they know that they can do it here, which is why they keep bringing it out.
Yeah, I think it makes sense in this composition. They needed an assertive frontline, but they didn't necessarily want to tank. MVK wants short fights. They want to poke you a bunch with Jace and then go in, Lock just blows someone up, and Aatrox is able to just be the semi-tanky front line. He's not as tanky as someone like a Cassante or a Skarner, that kind of thing, but he is tanky enough to do his job. So I like the Aatrox in this spot. The problem I've had with Aatrox has not so much been the champion, it's been the players. Drakthar, it wasn't Aatrox's fault, mate.
Yeah, and I actually managed to catch TK at an international tournament between splits and was talking to him about Drakthar and how exciting he believes Drakthar is, right? He's Gam's jungler, and in Split 1, he came into it extremely aggressive. He was willing to dive definitely when you shouldn't have been diving as well. And we've seen a better... Oh, Shulon goes in again. He just... Yep, cheeky poke.
Yeah, and this is a good thing about the Shen support, is you put the bubble up and Camille can't do anything. She can't use those empowered Qs.
Yeah, and I like that pick, right? And what we saw a rise in as well was Leona's into the Camille's. Because it's like, okay, dive into me. I'm going to CC you. You're not going back out, which is a lot of what this Camille wants to do, right? Go in aggressive, get some chip damage down, lock you up, and then go back out. But if Camille can't go back out, she loses so much of her value. Oh, Ejung there definitely coming off the worst in a top lane trade. But again, I was talking to TK and he was saying that they really back Drakthar. Like, he's grown a lot and that he's going to be very, very exciting in Split 3. They really have high aspirations for Split 3. Gam really want to get to Worlds again.
Yeah, exactly. For Garm, not being the best Vietnamese team is a failure for them, and they haven't been for a little bit, so I know they want to fight back. But MVK is just another team that is challenging for that throne. Neither of them quite there yet. Obviously, Team Secret Wales are the juggernauts of the LCP for now, but MVK have been growing and growing and growing as Guri just muscles in, has that lead. Sulong needs to be careful, play in his bubble. He does get taken down, though, over-aggressive by MVK.
Yeah, overconfidence, over-aggression from MVK. A great play from GZ, able to get that one back. The kill, unfortunately, does go over to Kaiwing, so not like the worst in the world. It is only one kill, but in a matchup where your opposition AD has that gold, has that advantage over yours, you probably wanted to go that on to Betty, but at the end of the day, you've got to be happy with that kill there. As we just see Chica on this lock, absolutely winning this lane. Obviously, CS is close, but it doesn't feel like Uniboy is able to have any impact yet.
That's true, but I mean, frankly, the fact that Uniboy is A, not dead, and B, keeping the CS even, he's actually doing a pretty good job, in my opinion. He hasn't missed an opportunity to go as the Purgatory thrown out. Just a bit of an exploratory one. Chica won't find anything off it.
Yeah, and I am noticing that whenever Locke hits with those nails, that it looks like the enemy unit that he hits goes invisible. And I did see value come up as well.
When little spectator bug, it happens.
Yeah, it's fine. It happens. But we know exactly what is going on here is Kaiwing just on that roam like we predicted nice and early, and Shulong is in the area to match, which leaves Ezreal and Ziggs alone on that bot side, and they are just happy to chip away, farm up their CS. GZ moving in aggressively onto this jungle camp though.
Yeah, it should be a fairly clean wrap to steal, as there's the smite from Husha, just getting a little bit back over Guri. This was the numbers being brought forward for GZ this time, not MVK. They couldn't overload that side of the map. As we have gone back into a bit of a holding pattern after a very explosive first few minutes. It's slowed down and the teams are happy enough just to farm.
Yeah, and sometimes farming is the answer, right? There's multiple different ways to play League of Legends. You can fight. More often than not, you're not gonna win that one. And then there's like, you can chip away at it, right? There's micro, there's macro, there's so many different layers, so much nuance to how you play this game out. And right now, MVK, they're holding a steady 600 gold lead. The first Drake is on the Rift, has been for 3 minutes, so this is definitely a much slower Drake here. The Grubs, they're also up. So it creates this situation where, well, which jungle objective does our jungler go for? What do we value more? We see MVK, they're near the Grubs, they're getting the wards down. Kaiwing will spot that out, so they know more members of MVK are there, as it looks like they're trying to chase Kaiwing out. And Guri has started up the Grubs, question mark. I can see on the minimap he's in the area. But
yeah,
Husha
he has, but...
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Has killed 2 Grubs. Husha knows this, has started up the Drake.
Yeah, this should just be an objective trade. Guri can walk down, potentially try and bully him off. Obviously, we can't see what health the Drake is at, but should be nearly dead, given that Betty is also helping. We've got to look at the top lane, as it is Kratos in trouble, flashing away, but a last Nitofo strike lands, and that is well played by Ejung and Kaiwing, getting it done. Chica, though, moving on forward, throws out the Purgatory and sends Husha to the afterlife.
Yeah, almost a solo bolo there. Haki getting an assist there. Chica taking down Husha, showing the power of this AP mid laner. 2 stacks on that Dark Seal, but GZ secure the first Drake for themselves. MVK, they've taken all 3 Grubs. So both teams on the board with jungle objectives. As we go to this topside replay, and what I really liked here from GZ is they layered their CC so well. It was slow after slow. Even after they got that knockback, there was still nothing Kratos could do in that top side. And then on the bot side, obviously MVK punishing Husha after he took that Drake and just getting that kill on the way out.
Chica doesn't have the follow-up, so it is just going to be a chunk onto Uniboy.
And I mean, ultimately that is a Galio. Galio is tanky. Galio's happy to be chunked out a bit and just walk that one off. So, you know, a little bit of aggressive trading, but you'll take that any day of the week. And we take a quick look across the Rift. We're 10 minutes in. Gold is dead even. 1 jungle objective per side. 3.5 minutes till the second Drake. 4.5 minutes to the Rift Herald. And items still not yet completed. Sorry. Cyclosword completed for Husha. So I have to imagine when Guri goes back to base, he will also complete his item, which I think will be a Sundered Sky.
Yeah, we will have to see. That's Sundered Sky, of course, adding a lot of healing.
Will be spotted out.
The Cyclosword is just such a strong item. It just does so much.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Nefiri's #1 item. Like, I'm fairly certain every single Nefiri I've ever seen has just wanted to build Cyclosword ASAP. And, oh, okay, Kratos and Shulong up here. Ejung dancing, doing the tango with 2.
Yeah, they're just trying to get the wave into a better place, but they can't do it. Ejung stands firm, realizes that they don't have kill threat, and he's going to be able to hold the wave in a really advantageous spot for himself.
Yeah, absolutely happy days there. It looks like, you know, they're trying to get that rotation down. We do see Shulong did recall. There's a lot of pings coming down topside. 3 members of GZ in that topside area. Kratos does have to be careful. Will be spotted out by Guri, though, so that should put an end to that play. MVK, they've brought members.
There are members collapsing. The crab goes down over to the side of GZ. They get the vision. I think they'll back off for now. Just sort of establishing a little bit of priority, though it is, of course, still a few minutes until the objective spawns. But with how happy Ezreal and Ziggs are just to sit in the lane together and be like, oh, whatever, we'll just farm. There's no hate here. They're lovers, not fighters. That just frees up the supports to just walk around the map, link up with junglers and be like, oh, what if we just killed someone for no reason? As, oh, the ward, oh, he doesn't get it, though. It was too late.
Ooh, tragedy in the river. Can you believe it? Yes, I can, because we literally just witnessed it. But we were talking about it a little bit earlier, right? This is one of the slower games that we've seen. And it's kind of not surprising because it's the first game of the split. I feel like, you know, players, there's a difference between solo queue, there's a difference between scrims. This is their first pro play game of the split, so they're taking it easy. They're feeling one another out, getting a vibe check, if you will, especially when there's a brand new champion on the Rift. You need to observe a bit more than you do fight. As we take a look at that CS, Ijung over Kratos, though Ijung here.
Yeah, is in some trouble with the arrival of Sulong. Goes all out, gets under the tower, and will escape. Ijung once again stands firm. This is why he is just the immortal bastion of GZ.
Yeah, has completed that first item as well. So the tankier this Cassante gets, it feels like Cassante scales so well with items, right? It doesn't feel like you can build 5 damage items and overcome his 5 armor items. It still feels like it's going to be a very, very strong challenge. As we do see Ijung leave that 2v1 on the top side. CS advantage to Ijung over Kratos, advantage to Haki over Betty, but fairly even everywhere else. So a very, I want to say, mild game so far. But interestingly, Chica has locked in the Chovy belt for his first item on that lock.
Yeah, I mean, extra mobility on these AP assassins makes a lot of sense. Just gives himself a little bit of a dash, a little bit of the ability to dodge away from wall dives, from poke from Betty. I think it makes a lot of sense. But we are still just in a holding pattern. The Drake is on the map. We're 40 seconds away from a Rift Herald. And I suppose while we have downtime, what's sort of worth discussing is, what are these teams' goals for this split? We've been talking about how there are 3 spots for Worlds. MVK and GZ, are you backing either of them to get into that 3rd slot?
So for me, for 3rd slot, I'd be looking at SHG and GAM based on their performance in LCP Split 2. SHG based on their end of Split 1 performance. If they can maintain that end of Split 1, start of Split 2, then they stand a chance. But the way they fell off in the playoffs was kind of brutal. GAM, I think they've had time to level up. I think they've had time to really get a lot of practice in together. They were looking strong in Split 2. They were strong in Split 1. If it's my money, it's going to be GAM for the 3rd slot. But MVK and GZ, right? MVK, they're known for their creative drafting. They could surprise a few game wins out of it. GZ, it's a new roster. They could push forward. I mean, I know Vestian has stated loud, proud, and boldly that, mark my words, GZ will be the 3rd team going to Worlds. So I know there's some believers.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, obviously it gets a little bit weird because championship points are a thing. Past splits performance matters. But if we're just talking about raw, who will be the 3rd best team this split? I think GZ are in with a real shot at that. It's hard to put them, you know, up there with Team Secret Wales. Team Secret Wales have been so dominant. But GZ were coming into their own. At the end of Split 2, at the end of that regular split, they were starting to look like a really, really scary team. I said it in the pregame. I think they've upgraded in 3 roles. A scary team that then gets 3 upgrades, particularly when they are PCS veterans like these 3 are. It's just exciting to me. And I think this might be a bit of a return to form, shall we say, for this team.
Yeah, and I mean, for those of you at home who aren't really aware, GZ is kind of like the honorary Osh team. Their headquarters are based in Perth, Australia, so a lot of Australians kind of back GZ, and, you know, Aussies love a really good underdog story too, so it makes sense that a lot of Aussies are going for GZ. I understand where you're coming from. But it's hard to say that almost any of our teams aren't in that conversation for that third spot going to Worlds, I really do like to think that we have a relatively close region when it does come to our teams, barring maybe one of them. As we do take a quick look across the rift, there's like 1.5k gold advantage to MVK. They've managed to eke a little bit out there, but GZ picked up that second Drake, and yeah, it'll be interesting. I know we're in the early days in Split 3, but to look ahead already, because it's such a short split, we only have 5 weeks of League of Legends, Carrix.
Exactly. These teams, they don't have to adapt to the constantly changing meta. It's probably only going to be a couple of patches across the split. If you hit a good run, if you have a good meta read, you can go a really long way. And I think these two teams, MVK in particular, they have a very deep coaching pool. SOFM, and they've got 4 or 5 coaches. They've got a bunch of subs as well. I think they have a good shot at getting a read, and I think they, I know I was just speaking up GZ, but I think MVK could make GARM really work for it.
And that's the thing, right? We have the LPL, the VCS, the PCS, and OSH asterisks in our region, and when big play on top side.
Hang on a second. Guri in some trouble. He does have the Aatrox ult running. Sulong arrives with the Stand United. Guri will fall, but can they find anything on the way out? I think with Haki arriving, they can. The big bomb comes in. Sulong, lovely flash. Husha goes too deep. Chica arrives on the side and cleans out his demons.
My goodness, I'm sorry. What is this lock champion? Goes in, dashes out, dashes even further, just takes no repercussions from going under that turret and killing Ejung.
Oh, hang on.
And it's
Eddie had to flash away. Haki doesn't chase because he knows Uniboy is behind.
That's it. But it's not like Ejung doesn't have any MR. He does have that Negatron cloak, but it felt like it did nothing here. As it starts out as a 3v3, Shulong channeled that ult to get a little extra shielding out, and it's a great start for GZ. But then when they lose Ejung, they flash out, and Husha, I think Husha's like, I can get Shulong, I can do it. But look at Gaiwing. It is a support, so it just melts in the face of the amount of damage that this lock is able to do. But what really startled me there was witnessing that mobility of that lock, just how fast he was able to get out from underneath that turret and not take any damage back. Kind of crazy.
Yep. Riot, look at it. Look. Let's sort it out. But anyway, it's all right. As a Herald crashes into the mid lane, does a lot of damage to that tower. Not quite lethal. Husha just threatening on the side as GZ did pick up that second dragon. So they did get 2 for themselves. We are going on to the Chem Tech Rift as well. This one I think will go over to MVK. I don't think GZ need to contest this one. Just give it up. You got the first 2. You don't get any rush and you are 3k down.
And this is an adaptation that I really like seeing at MSI as well. Is it feels like it's, fight breaks out.
Oh, there is a big fight going on, but Chica will get it started. It's a huge hero's entrance trying to get it done. Chica over the wall, comes back in, is going to use that belt to get a bit closer. Kratos would pick up the kill. The nails are marking them in. He goes. Locke's holy pursuit has begun, and he will find one more. It'll be Kratos that brings down the hammer, but Chica is running through them, as is Haki, and the ace for MVK.
An ace for 1, and it was only their support. I mean, you can barely ask for better there for MVK. They now find themselves up at 6,000 gold advantage, and it was just off the back of this Drake here, right? Chica just trying to poke GZ away, just keep them at bay. And I was going to say how I've really liked this adaptation. Teams are willing to give Drakes over, but Husha flashes forward, desperate to try and get something. That Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't do too much, unfortunately. And Chica just in the back line. Kratos as well, able to remove Betty from the game. Once the damage dealers were dead, Husha early, then Betty. Unfortunately, it didn't really feel like Uniboy and Ejung had much left in the tank. They ignored this Cassante while they just killed the rest of GZ. So a great heads-up play here from MVK, and they now find themselves firmly in command. And we're talking about this lock, but he's not the one doing the damage. Oof.
I mean, Benny just took a little bit. There was a true shot barrage helping out as well as the tower continues to get sieged on. That one hero grub allows them to take it down, making space. 7,000 gold for MVK as they are putting a stamp on game one.
Yeah, that stamp is lined in gold. It is lined in the blood of demons that Chica on this lock is chasing down. You do love to see it. Currently, Kratos 3-1, Guri 0-1, but with 6 assists critically. So he has been frontlining. He has been a big body that GZ, they've had to worry about. They've had to get through him before they can get to the rest of the team. And that's the thing with this Bruiser sort of sustained Aatrox build, right? Is that he's just got a lot of health. He can do a bit of damage, but it's the health that really matters there. Chica 304, Haki 404. He's been involved in 8 out of the 10 kills that MVK have secured. That's an 80% kill participation. You look on the other side of GZ though, and Ijang, he's got 3 out of the 4 kills. So a lot of that gold is sitting in the top side, but Kratos is running that lane. So your advantage, you don't have one.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate thing for GZ here, and it's the one criticism I have in this draft is, as much as it's great to watch Ijang just able to withstand the pressure, able to play something like this Cassante, they threw a lot at him, and he did stand resolute. I like to see Ijang on a champion that he can really get ahead on, as he has been ganked here. Really good path maker. Goes all out. Is desperately going to try and turn around. There is a teleport coming as well. Kaiwing locks him in the Hextech a little bit, but look at the poke. That last shield comes in, does keep him alive, as will manage to get out. Purgatory comes in, and it's Dante's Inferno in the backside, as there is no escape.
That Purgatory came from downtown. I was like, I couldn't even see Chica on the screen, and it still nailed Kaiwing. And like, Kaiwing got so many shields there as well to try and escort him back out. As we see this one break out again, Guri and Shulong roaming through the jungle here. Ijang thought he was in a 1v1, immediately gets jumped on. As you say, great path maker to push them under the tower, all outs to keep them there. They're flashed away. TP's committed from both sides. Kaiwing nearly dead here, but watch Chica. He TP's in, runs straight in, dash forward, ultimate, dash back. Job done. Got the kill. Thank you very much. Kind of wild.
Kind of wild for sure, as yeah, Chica is sort of taking over the map. It's not a solo performance by any means, as you said before. Haki is also having an outstanding performance on this Ezreal. Almost flying under the radar a little bit, because I think I just expect this from Haki at the moment. This is a guy that when he was called up to the LCP, when that rookie roster sort of came in and became the main roster, a lot of people were hyping Haki up, saying he was just running the VCS, and he has been running the LCP in a lot of matchups as well.
Yeah, so we were doing like a breakdown of how LCP Split 2 went and what we expect of Split 3, and it is literally eyes on Haki, right? He has been like this MVK roster literally just slotted into the LCP, and it felt like they belonged there. It felt like they were as good as our Tier 1 region, because they came straight from BCS Tier 2. And they were able to go toe-to-toe. And Haki has been a standout star player for them as a... Ooh, good flash there from Chica. And so we've still got eyes on him for LCP Split 3. We expect this guy to get even better over this split. As it looks like GZ, they're here to contest this Drake, but MVK, they don't want to give this over for free.
No, they don't, but the health bars are in favor of GZ. I think MVK do want to fight this, as Chica is caught out. He's in a huge amount of trouble. Tried to use the W to tank it up and just couldn't do it. Ijang dives into the backside, is exhausted, goes all out. Kratos is able to make it a 1-for-1. Can MVK find more? Some ultimates already burned. In fact, all of them are on cooldown. I don't know if they can continue this fight. Ooh, a big shock blast from Kratos, I think, will give them the space. They've got to play around that Hextech minefield. It's not easy. Over the wall goes Uniboy. They will blow up Sulong. Really lovely play, but here's Guri, and here is Kratos coming in. Instant triple. Betty will survive by the hair on his chinny chin chin, but MVK, they hard win the fight, and Betty won't even survive. He'll get a kill, but he will go down.
That was actually crazy. Kratos gets 4 kills on the back of a delayed fight here. It was really sort of tenuous. There was a lot of back and forth. Ijung went down early after we did see Chica die. We see it here in this replay, right? Uniboy clearing that vision all the way down the bot left of the map. Chica, though, finds an angle and he goes over the wall, gets the nails down, misses Kaiwing with every single one of them, and GZ collapse. They're like, right, you've used your dash, you've used your nails, you've got nothing. Ijung, though, as we go back to live, MVK, they just get the Baron.
Yep.
Happy days.
Husha was not close enough to go for the steal. So Baron secured. MVK, 8,000 ahead. They are looking dominant in game 1.
Yeah, and you look at that damage too, right? So, like, Betty on that Ziggs, he was the last man standing on GZ's roster, and he did some work. He was trying to keep MVK at bay, but those shock blasts, empowered shock blasts from Kratos, just do so much poke damage, especially when it's a full lethality build, which this Jace is. So Swifty's amazing, great move speed, but every single item in his inventory has that sort of lethality, which means that poke just hurts. I mean, Kratos is carrying 3.4k out of the 8k gold advantage of MVK on his shoulders alone.
Exactly. This is a pretty crazy one. MVK, I didn't expect as much of a statement game from them. Kaiwing taking another shock blast. Evidently, MVK controls an empowered unit because those shock blasts are doing damage.
Yeah, I mean,
really
empowered is definitely that Riftbound mechanic that came out with Vendetta pre-release this week, so really good fun there. But it's nice to see the league skills in that game and vice versa as Ijung comes under attack here. MVK, 4 members empowered by that Baron. They really want to get as much value out of this. And I just love seeing how tanky Ijung is. He is able to sort of step forward, make space for the rest of GZ to chip and get some damage down. Harky throwing that ult.
Ooh, that was ugly. Kaiwing doesn't quite land the flash on that wall dive. Just looks a little bit silly. And then the tower goes down. MVK are able to back off. And they are pretty happy with how this Baron power play has worked out.
Yeah, good job there from GZ to delay them, but ultimately MVK do secure that turret. They've got a 2k gold off of this Baron power play. MVK, though, they're up nearly 10k, and I'm looking, how do you catch Lock? Like, there's dashes, there's movement increases, there's a Chovy belt, there's Shadow Flame.
Guri is here. Pathmaker keeps Ijung safe. But the collapse is potentially on. Sulong will not go over the wall with that big blast cone. So MVK just taking space, just fighting for vision control at the moment.
I do like what we saw here though, right? GZ thought they had an angle onto MVK. MVK ran, bought time. Now all 10 members of the players are on this top side. 5 from GZ, 5 from MVK. Like, it feels like a massive fight could break out at a moment's notice.
Chica does get taunted up and managed to get the dash away. There's a taunt onto Ijung, but he is tanky. Good dodge as well. The Pathmaker is good. He has to flash. Harky just does so much damage that he blows him up immediately. Chica will follow up as well. Kratos will go down on the backside. That is a big Jace taken out of the pipe, but it just does not matter when the Vikings are charging forward. MVK are on the raid. Guri doesn't care. Will dive the base. There is no escape for Betty as he brings down the sword. MVK, they clean them out, and they'll be looking at a swift end to the game.
All Betty could do there was play for time, but it just still wasn't enough. He was hoping turrets would be able to chip them down, do that damage, but MVK, they take that team fight on the top side in an ace, and they look to take the Nexus here, Carrix.
And it will be an MVK victory on the first game of the LCP Split 3 2026. A dominant performance from this young roster, and they've just got to look for one more to get themselves off to the good side of the split, the Swiss split.
That's it. 13k gold lead. 30 kills. It was 21-9 in a 33-minute game. It was almost a kill a minute. It started off very, very slow, but then we just had a few explosive, very one-sided fights, and that was all MVK needed to, you know, take firm control of this game and then run away with it. Once they got ahead, it did not look like there was any way back into this one for them.
It really didn't. As soon as MVK was in control, they ran away with it. Ground Zero were left wanting for answers. But thankfully, they will have a whole another game to get it done, and we won't be seeing Locke in that one.
Yeah, we won't be seeing Locke, we won't be seeing that Jace, we won't be seeing that Aatrox. So, like, you know, the feel-good story of this is for GZ, those champs are no longer ready and available. As we take a look at these stats, as we said, you know, it was like a 13k gold difference by the end there. But look at Betty, he out-damaged everybody. But the problem was GZ had no other damage on the Rift, because look at Kratos on that Jace.
Yeah, exactly. He had a massive performance, a really good lane. Ejung did his best, but just couldn't really stop the acceleration of Kratos. And then as soon as the team fights came in, he went absolutely crazy. I'm sure we're going to see the highlight play around Dragon. It'll be a little bit later in the set, of course. We'll have to go through a few Chica highlights first. But overall, just a fantastic performance from all of MVK.
Yeah, no, really, really well played there. A few standout individual performances, but even their team fighting, they were able to space GZ very, very well. You know, Kratos trying to frontline, body block Husha. So Husha didn't have fantastic angles, didn't have great access because MVK just put bodies in front of the R of Nefiri. Kaiwing didn't get many great engages, as we saw. Unfortunately, Flash fumbled as well, so that's not exactly what you want to be doing here. You know, yeah, the Mega Inferno Bomb is landing onto two members, but it's landing onto the two tankiest members. So they're finding engages, but they're not finding damage onto the right targets. And Haki. I mean, already putting up a strong case, right?
Yeah. Putting up a very strong case. He looked unstoppable on the Ezreal. This is a pick that has been incredibly dominant in high-level play for a while. Not too surprised to see Haki putting on this performance. It's something we do expect from him. But I'm just looking forward to Game 2 because we're going to have to see a very different draft out of MVK. A lot of those poke tools are gone. And it gives GZ a chance to reset and just play for the next two. Look at that shock blast.
That was crazy. That was such a sick engage. A really good sort of finisher to the back end of that fight. Excellent satchel charge there, notably from Betty, to try and get something done. Knows that he's going to die here and does so well to get one back onto Haki. I'm pretty sure that was Haki's only death, but the flash shift forward, that means Betty was like, you have no mobility, everything of mine is going to land and I will take you down. But even there, right, Ejung on that Cassante just melted like butter in the face of this Ezreal of Haki. Like, he was so far ahead, he had every item that he needed to really maximize that damage.
Exactly, and it just got to a point where this sort of keep away comp that GZ wanted to execute just wasn't able to do it. You can't play keep away when MVK is coming with so much damage.
Yeah, you are so right. And I mean, damage is the name of the game, right? Who can place the most amount of damage on the right targets will win the fights and you'll win the game. And, you know, water is wet and the sun shines every single day. Such is an obvious statement, but a really good
I live in
game
Melbourne.
one.
No, it doesn't.
True, the weather changes all the time. But it was a really good game one coming out there of MVK. But I want to talk about GZ, right? Because it didn't actually feel like they were too out of touch with one another. It kind of felt like they were able to put together some cohesive team fights with this new roster.
Yeah, I think they were in sync. They were just out-muscled a little bit. I don't think it was like a huge, they're clearly on different pages. They just got beaten. But as much as that sounds really dismissive, it's actually kind of a good thing because it means that in Game 2, just play a little bit better and you'll be fine.
Yeah, just play better and win. But we will be right back after this break for Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Welcome back to the LCP. We find ourselves one game over to MVK. So they are now on match point. GZ, they have to win the next two if they want to take this first BO3. But as you said, Carix, a great statement match coming out of MVK.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I predicted GZ to win this series, and obviously they still do have a chance, but with the level of play that MVK showed in Game 1, there's a big mountain to climb. This team is looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, look, obviously my prediction of 2-0 MVK over GZ currently, looking all right. They're on match point. They win this one. Yeah, I know. Kind of feeling myself after that prediction, honestly. But, like, we were saying that GZ, they still have those tools in their pockets, right? They still have the confidence, the ability to be able to win this. Like we said, just play better and win. And sometimes it is literally that simple. It comes down to like team fight hands diff. And I think if GZ can find a better angle, a better engage, it could definitely go back in their favor. It definitely wasn't the worst showing, it wasn't like they got giga stomped in an extreme one-sided way. By the end of the game, it looked that way, but the first sort of 15-20 minutes were a much closer contest.
Yeah, exactly. I think part of the problem was bot lane went wrong very early. I don't think the Camille ever really had an impact. Kaiwing was pretty quiet. It was counterpicked, of course. It's not easy playing into the Shen. That was ready and prepared by MVK, but still not the performance you want when that is arguably the most broken support on the current patch in the current meta. So Kaiwing definitely needs to step up in this game if the GZ boys want to make a comeback.
Yeah, one thing I'll be looking for as well is any picks or bans for that Pyke, right? So we have seen Pyke rise in the meta quite a lot as well. We've seen Mel actually run in that bot lane, but I don't think either of these teams traditionally play those champs. So it will be interesting to see if it's a meta adaptation or whether they just pick it for their players. But we're already into the draft and we're seeing some very familiar bans right now, that Rumble and that Oriana from MVK and that Poppy and Nocturne. So obviously GZ, they respect Guri, but also they're taking those meta picks. So there's like a double edge attack on Guri on the side of MVK.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, there's no reason for the bans to change. If you didn't want to play against them in game 1, you don't want to play against them in game 2. So wouldn't be surprised to see Cassiopeia is the elephant in the room, or the snake in the boot at the moment, and it is not going to get banned away. So Vi will be removed. So Cass could get picked up early. This is a champion that has had some really big results. It's considered incredibly strong at the moment, and yeah, just locked away first.
Yeah, it's interesting you point that out too, because Vi was last ban. I think she was literally the 10th ban in game 1. So her ban status has been upgraded to 6th slot. But yeah, Cassiopeia goes through. And here's the thing with that mage meta, right? We can't just go, oh, that's a Cass mid anymore. That very well could be a Cass in the bot lane for Betty. So we will see how that one shakes out. But MVK, they've picked themselves up that Lee Sin, that hyper aggressive jungler. They really, really want to get that early game advantage. I thought we were going to get a Nasus there. Nasus has definitely been like an interesting pocket pick, and I would actually trust MVK to cook that one up, but it was only a hover, and they lock in Rise.
Yeah, I think there has been like a creeping Nasus jungle as a counter pick into specific matchups. But I don't think Nasus top, I think, is still a little bit away from being played. Chica's Rise has been something he's been really good on for all of last split. Not too surprised to see him go towards that. I'd love to see Husha on this Xin Zhao. It's being hovered at the moment. He's had some great performances on this champion.
And that's the thing we were looking at, right, in MSI and other internationals, is Xin Xiao, up until this point, is the single most picked jungler across the LCP. Like, every jungler, every team in the LCP has picked Xin Xiao so much that he's now the single most picked jungler. Like, we love Xin Xiao in the LCP, and you know, in the hands of Histo, etc., you can see why. He's just so potent, and he just answers a lot of aggression, right? You are able to crescent guard, you buy that space, you are surprisingly tanky through that ultimate, and you buy that time as well. A really effective team fight tool that Xin Xiao has in his kit. So you do love to see that, and I love the Rel. Now, Rel tells me that it's likely we're going to see something like an MF, but with 2 bans over to the side of MVK, surely they're going to get a similar read and maybe ban that away, which could kind of force that Cassiopeia into the bot side, because we still don't know where that's going to go.
And it is the power of this flex pick, is where does MVK send their bans? If they send them towards Uniboy, Uniboy can just go, okay, whatever, I just played the Cassiopeia, I'm happy enough to do that. If they send them towards Betty, Betty can just, okay, I played the Cassiopeia, who cares? It's a really strong draft at the moment. They have not shown anything. The Cassiopeia could still technically be in all 3 lanes. Cassiopeia top, obviously less common, but is still a thing. Vayne and Lucian are the bans. I think a bit of a read that GZ thinks MVK might be going for a little bit more of an aggressive bot lane to get some priority for Kratos.
Yeah, I mean, MVK, they haven't revealed their bot lane at all yet. Nah, top, Rise, mid, Lee in that jungle. So it makes sense that GZ are banning away bot laners. They've banned Lucian, so they don't need to ban the Milio. Will they ban... who else is priority? Obviously, there was Ezreal. There's Lucian. We've been seeing Kaisa re-emerge as well. She's, you know, that scaling hyper carry. She's got a lot of dive potential. Lee Sin could go in with her. But adds to the Bard. They take away the support. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, super flexible support can obviously pair with anything. It's just a good generalist ban. As Hover is Alistair. I haven't seen Alistair in a while. Would love to see that one picked up. A little bit of a League classic superstar at the moment as well. They're just going to flick between it. Let's see what does end up getting locked in. I do want it to be something like an Alistair or a Pantheon, something with some engage. I think Sulong needs a go button. And Pantheon certainly has one.
Yeah, I really like Nautilus.
He has one too.
Yeah. I've really been liking Nautilus. Like, personally, I am a big fan of Nautilus. He really got me into League of Legends. But he's also very, very strong, very tanky, has great engage tools. So could have been a great choice there. But as we said, goes with the Alistair there, does Shulong and Jin. Oh, I don't know about Jin, but Jin has been slammed for Betty instantly, as has been Ambessa. So Ambessa going over to Ezhong there, and that also means Cassiopeia will be in that mid lane, and it will be a Jin Rel bot side.
I actually really like the Jin, and I'd say this is a certified Jin hater. It gives you a really good pick. It actually makes Ambessa ult able to land. If you land the Deadly Flourish, Ambessa can actually hit someone with her ult, something that Ambessas are really struggling to do it since that ult nerf. I like it a lot. He can play from super long range. MVK don't have great long range damage. Rise has to get into the thick of things. This Talia bot lane gives you a little bit of range, but it's not Jin range. So I think Betty can stay super safe. It frees Kaiwing up to roam. Overall, I think I like what GZ have put together.
Yeah, look, I'm definitely liking GZ's draft a lot more than I'm liking MVK's draft now. Obviously, execution matters a lot. MVK, they've got a lot of global tools. Rise's Realm Warp, Talia's Weaver Wall. They're going to be able to overload side lanes quite easily. So I think this is definitely a draft that plays for those sides. But generally, I just like the team fighting ability of GZ's that much more. It feels more cohesive. It feels like they're going to be like, yep, we're putting big bodies in the front. You can't get to our Jin. Have fun, you know?
Exactly. The Avengers bot lane as well of Panth and it's not Panth, it's Alistair at the end. Sorry, he flexed at the end. Never mind. Something like that. It's a similar principle. You have point and click CC into the flip over the Toblerones. It works the same. And of course, Alistair is just an incredibly tanky champion. As much as I'm gassing up GZ's draft, I do think MVK have put together a draft that is very simple to execute, and there's a lot of value in that.
Yeah, definitely keep it simple. Champions, KISC is, not a slouch, can take a bit of damage. There's some shielding in that Lee Sin. Rise, when he has these 2 items, gets surprisingly tanky, has that shield out of that item. Talia, definitely the squishiest target here. And yeah, as you said, Alistair, with that Unbreakable Will, could definitely tank Betty's entire ult for days and then some. I like the damage mix coming out of MVK. They've got sort of 2 massive AP damage dealers, and then Lee Sin is definitely no slouch himself, whereas on the opposite side, GZ obviously very, very AD heavy, with Cassiopeia being their AP source. But that Star Guardian Rel skin, and Uni Boy getting that early advantage onto Chica.
Yeah, just chunking him out early. That E can do so much damage, particularly with that Deathfire Touch, that relatively new rune. Not that new at this point, but new enough. Able to just chunk Chica down, but he will be fine. He'll chug his potions. They'll trade back and forth. I don't expect this to be a kill lane by any means. It will just be trying to deny as much priority as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Guri going for an early gank here.
Flash forward, immediately flashed away. I don't think you take that Resonating Strike under the tower, not when there's a Miasma to contend with, but it does get huge prio for Chica.
Yeah, that definitely would have been a one-way trip, because Uniboy still had enough mana for that Miasma, still had it off the cooldown as well, on-off. I mean, it was still ready to go.
Ooh, just a little bit of a biff in the bot lane. No one goes down yet.
Bot lane biffo, as we see some trading happening there. A great deadly flourish coming out of Betty to lock down Haki. But we take a look at these junglers, and they have started on opposite sides of that rift as well. Guri roaming through that mid lane, trying to get that advantage. And as you noted, right, both mid laners now have no flash. So both mid laners very, very susceptible to a gank. I would argue Chica even more so, because he doesn't have his ghost either. He can't just hard outrun Husha if he does decide to go in with that Xin Zhao. So on that top side though, Kratos, small, tiny gold lead, and probably wants to try and prevent Izhong from stacking up that Grasp of the Undying, getting that permanent health gain that it does provide. Happy days in this early game. What's your favorite skin line? I think we've gone over this, but I forget.
Chosen of the Wolf. Chosen of the Wolf is my favorite.
That's it, Kindred.
Yeah, it's not my favorite individual skin. My favorite individual skin is Prestige Porcelain Kindred. That's the best one.
Oh, that's so nice.
The original Porcelain, one of the worst skins in the game. I'll say it. Prestige one, love that.
Yeah. Hello. I was playing like a lot of ARAM Mayhem over the break between Split 2 and Split 3, and I really did find a lot of joy in Kindred. Definitely has like a lot of sort of burst potential, and that ultimate just fantastic for saving a team fight. Like kind of wild, but there's no Kindred here, but there is a Kaiwing on Rel.
Not super playable on the Rift at the moment. They are not doing super well, but you know who might be doing super well is Kaiwing, but he's just going to show off his cool horse. It is a cool horse.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I had Ferromancy, I'd be making a horse like that, as Sulong is just like, you showed face, I'm going to show face, nothing much will come of this. But Guri is in the area, and as a reminder, Uniboy and Chica, neither of them have flashes here, so this could be deadly for them. Husha in the area as well. It looks like MVK are going to break this play off. With 20 seconds to the first Drake of the game, I think this is a good call. You don't want to lose this mid lane fight or the prio and then the Drake as a result.
Yeah, exactly. They just want to play sort of similar to Game 1. Game 1 was a slower one than we expected, but I think sort of both teams are okay with it playing out similarly this time. Both of them want to get into a position where all of them can participate. As Ejung gets walloped. Really good prediction there by Kratos. Gets the flash out of Ejung. He was scared of that last rock.
I mean,
There
the
is a
Rocker's going to
potential
rock you.
Rumble, but no, it doesn't go.
Yeah. And that's the thing I like with Rise, right? Is you have so much playmaking ability, and with the priority they've got here, GZ going to take that first Drake of the game. But that's the thing that we saw a lot in Split 2, right? Rise, the moment he hit level 6, he was roaming around the Rift, he was trying to set up his side lanes, get some ganks, but it feels like that's kind of slowed down a bit. We've got more patient Rises here in the LCP now. They're scaling, they're trying to come online toward that mid to late game and just play for the big team fights here.
Yeah, exactly. We're not just going to go for the Realm Warp Under Tower, bring everyone with us. Just going to play it safe. Just try and stay safe, farm up, get towards that level 16, get towards that 3-item spike. But that said, MVK can turn that narrative on its head on a dime. They love to just find fights out of absolutely nowhere. But everything is just nice and quiet. It's a bit of a lead for Kratos, but you'd expect that in the matchup. E-Jung will be able to bounce back, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. It's not like he's too far behind. It's only about 2 waves right now. We'll be able to get a heavy trade and then shove and get it all back. The rest of the Rift is all pretty equal as it stands, but MVK looking for a play on the bot side. Realm Warp coming in.
They want Betty. The flip doesn't land, and Haki takes so much damage that they might not choose to go in on Kaiwing, but the curtain's open on kind of an awkward angle. It's really only Haki, but it doesn't matter. It's gone horribly as the first blood went over to Kaiwing. Sulong tanked for too long.
What a disaster. MVK
and the public
sent
execution
full.
lands. In they go. A teleport has been called in immediately. Meganar has run out. They want to try and get this done if you're going to call the TP. But no, it's just a spellbook TP from Sulong, so not the most important. Kratos does fight it back. Oh, hang on. E-Jung, careful, careful. Does get away.
Yeah. What an explosive series of a minute or two there. MVK overloaded that bot side with 4 members. They commit the Realm Warp, they commit the Weaver's Wall as well. Actually, yeah, there's 4 here. Sulong, Haki, Guri as well. And unfortunately, that flash from Betty, insanely high value. Just able to get away, prevent the kill. Kaiwing locks Sulong up under the turret long enough while he's tanking it. He can't get away and goes down. Then we take a look at the summoners, right? So Sulong, yeah, has Hex Flash, but no longer has Flash. Kaiwing, though, no summoners. Uniboy and Husha still have their flashes, but flash advantage over to MVK. So they've got a little more playmaking ability as MVK. They just want to grab one of these grubs before they back off. GZ, they're here to contest.
Yeah, and I think it might be GZ that ends up with the one side of the trade. Obviously, once the grubs are split, it's no longer as huge a deal who gets 2, who gets 1. It's a little bit cosmetic. But just to comment on that bot lane play, it's interesting because we were talking about how GZ, this is a team that has changed out 3 players. They might need some time to get on the same page, but I actually think it was MVK that were on different pages. Clearly, Haki thought, we're targeting Betty. And as soon as that flash happened, he was like, oh, well, the play's off. But the rest of the team was on Kaiwing, but without Haki, they didn't have the damage.
And I mean, that's the problem, right? I don't know if you know this, but when it comes to League of Legends, you need a little thing called damage to kill champion units, right?
I'm writing this all down.
Okay, good. Yeah, the school is in session. If you don't bring damage, you don't kill champ, you don't win fight, you don't win game, you lose. Simple.
I'm debuting next year. I've got it all now. Coach Carrick is my new arc.
We see Carrick's on LCP Tier 1 next year fighting for GZ, and you're just like, you know what?
God, we'd be really falling from grace if we did. As here is another Realm Warp. They're going to go in onto Betty. Husha is here. The Rune Prison lands. They'll charge forward onto this Jhin. Not a lot of counterplay with a teleport coming in from both sides. Do they want to continue the play? Uniboy has to immediately flash them. The Asma is good to hold up Sulong. MVK will just take one.
Yeah, no, I really like that positioning there as well. So MVK, they got an early lead in that fight. They had the numbers advantage. Uniboy had already committed the TP, but the positioning of Sulong too. He got himself between the turret and between Uniboy, forcing that flash. So the moment Uniboy flashed away, MVK were like, great, we're going to walk away. We got a kill. We got that flash. Job's done, you know? So great play there. And you look at where the gold is. Again, the gold is in the pocket of Haki for MVK, but the gold for GZ is over to Kaiwing. So, yeah, okay, your support is a little bit tankier, but over on the side of MVK, your AP carry has more damage. And I would argue that's far more important in these early stages.
I totally agree that it's damage. As you said, class with Professor Logan has been enlightening so far. That's why we watch the LCP, because we can learn so much. At least when you're talking, not so much when I'm talking. But someone I do want to shout out is Ejung. It was in a rough matchup. He has to play into the range of Na. Was a little bit behind early, has caught up. He didn't TP down to that bot lane scuffle, was able to pick up a few tower plates, and I think this Ambessa is going to be something to watch as this game develops.
I mean, couldn't you argue that everything is something to watch as this game develops? Because it's pretty exciting here in the LCP. I mean, I really like what we get to see.
Only got 2 eyes, Logan.
I need more. I need a clone, but we do see a bit of a vision control war breakout here because it is the second Drake of the game. It is on the Rift, and GZ, they got the first one. They want to get this second one and start that stacking in earnest. So they have the vision control. They have the numbers advantage. Top side.
Kratos is going for the fight, but he misses the rock. Guri is going to be here to turn the tables because Ejung was winning that one. There's the kick. There's the strike, but a level up comes in for Ejung. He lives, and Guri has to run away. Oh, no, but there's more coming. Ejung, you need to put on an absolute clinic. It's blinking health bars for MVK. Chica, the only healthy one, but I don't know what Ejung can do. He forces a flash from Kratos, and finally they take down the raid boss.
Honestly, I mean, short of getting a kill, Ejung did fantastic there. In the face of 3, an inevitable tower dive, he goes, you know what? I'm going to aggress forward, and getting those flashes out of MVK, oh, chef's kiss. As we go to this replay here, Kratos misses the Q as well, so Ejung is like tidily avoiding damage, sees the 1v2, flashes forward early, so the kick has minimal impact, gets under that turret, gets the shielding, and as you say, that level up is able to really punish Guri, but Chica comes from downtown to seal the deal. If Chica hadn't followed up, I think Ejung would have gotten away there, but at the same time, MVK wouldn't have had to burn that flash of Kratos. So now that playmaking tool on that Na is down for 5 minutes. So I love what Ejung did there. He knew he was going to die. He just wanted to get value, and value he got.
100%. He made the best of a bad situation, and oh no, they're revisiting him. There'll be no level up. There'll be no flash. Public execution does go in. He just uses it to ride out. Sulong looking a little bit silly there. Dodge those.
Sulong gave Ejung the exit strategy. They brought 4 members down. They were going to dive Ejung again, and Ejung said, thank you very much, but a fight again.
Oh, but hang on. The fight has kicked off. Kaiwing is the first target. He'll fall down. Husha flashes over the wall. Ejung is there as well. The reinforcements are slowly coming in. The Realm Warp will zone Betty away. Chica needs to be careful. Doesn't want to get tagged up by a deadly flourish as the wave is cleared. The teleport comes in. I think as soon as you see the TP, you call this one off.
Especially with miasma, right? Like, I think people forget, I think people underestimate the value of what miasma can do. You are grounded, right? So like no dash, no movement effects can get you out of it. It's a one-way trip in, and you don't get the option to go out when that miasma goes down. So I like that GZ were like, hey, we need you here to help us, and MVK, like you said, the moment they saw that TP, were like, great, we'll back away. So they got the TP out of this Cassiopeia in that mid lane. They get extra value. They get those resources. The Rift Herald up in 10 seconds. MVK have priority around the mouth of the river here, and we do see Guri moving up. Has that Sundered Sky completed, as does Husha. The Eclipse for Ejung, able to trade very heavily. Betty.
Sulong, ooh. tried to bend the bullet, didn't quite do it. Stu Long doing his noble duty as a support. And yeah, particularly into the side with an Alistair, a Nah, and a Lee Sin, the grounded is crazy. The fact that you can't jump out, the fact that you can't dash around, resetting tower aggro, being grounded is pretty horrible. Like, I've been there, you know, when my friends wanted to go to Time Zone on the weekend, but I wasn't allowed to join them. So I really sympathize with MVK.
I used to go to Time Zone all the time. Back in Newcastle, in my hometown, there was literally a Time Zone, and it was like, oh, this is the place to be. This is where we're going to go and play all these games. And then computers became available to the masses, and LAN cafes. Do you remember LAN cafes? Oh my God, so many overnighters.
Without going too off topic, as I said earlier during League Classic, I went to boarding school and there was a LAN cafe down the street, so we spent a lot of time there.
Hey, we're allowed. These guys aren't even fighting, right? But the scuffle was breaking out around River. They were just vying for vision control because that Rift Herald is on the Rift. That third Drake of the game up in a minute. MVK 3-1 over GZ. 1.5k gold lead right now. They're in a good position.
Yeah, they are looking pretty good. But speaking of looking good, it's Kratos as he gets the rock in.
Oh, Kratos just rocked Ejung's world. Kratos is now 3-0 in this top lane. Has that Triforce, those steel cap boots as well for that 10% physical damage reduction. A full level lead over Ejung as we see it here again. Kratos constantly just chipping away at Ejung. Ejung trading, but then Kratos starts to build up, gets that Fury Bar full, dodges, just literally just sidesteps the ult out of Ejung. Mega Nas to be able to Q forward, and down goes the top laner of GZ.
Really good stuff from Kratos. Moves up to 3-0. This Nah is swiftly becoming a problem, and we did see in that replay sort of the problem with Ambessa after that ult nerf. You can just step to the side, and oh no, this is bullying. Just going down there, collecting the Ambessa-shaped sack of gold once again. They'll get the tower. MVK are running away with this.
Yeah, they've definitely started to put their foot down now that we've hit that sort of 15-minute mark. I mean, it feels like only a minute ago they were at 1.5. They've doubled their gold lead. They've added 2 extra kills. The Drake is now on the Rift. The Rift Herald is now on the Rift, but Kratos is running this Rift right now. He just gets a quick 2 plates, forces 2 members of GZ to respond while they're already down 4v5. It's hard to find an angle back in for GZ here when they just keep getting picked, and it's never like a fair 5v5 situation. But I have to imagine their path in is Uniboy. He's ahead in CS over Chica. He's got a 5-stack Rod of Ages, so another 5 minutes and he'll get that level up as well. And that Miasma is so strong. I just feel like they have to play around that.
Yeah, and this is actually where I'd love to see a Coach Com come in. We actually haven't seen either team use one yet, or at least I haven't caught it. I'm known to miss things. Where the coach needs to right the ship, because the biggest problem is that MVK is calling all the shots. They're really only dominating in one lane. It's a massive lead for Kratos, and Ejung has been really, really suffering, but the rest of the map is fine. You can still play around the Cassiopeia, as you said. You can still play around Husha, Xin Zhao, but they just aren't taking any initiative. Like, Husha, as much as I respect him and like him as a player, he's done nothing this game. He's been completely invisible.
Yeah, and like, that's the thing, right? MVK have the proactivity. GZ, it feels like they're just kind of sitting there, waiting, but they can't wait. They need to be proactive. They need to be the ones to turn around and make a situation happen. But MVK, they're getting to the jungle objectives first. They're getting vision control first. They're kicking the jungle objectives off first, as Guri is here on this Rift Herald, and GZ are looking for a way in. MVK are backing away from the mid side. I think they're just going to leash the Herald. They've brought all of GZ here. Yeah, and Kratos, he's going for this tier 2. I love this. They drew GZ in so that they could get these cross-map objectives. They're like, you know what? You can have the Rift Herald. We'll have your Rift. The timing!
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't get it!
Oh no, it despawned!
Yeah!
That's insane timing.
That was so well played by MVK. Like, I'm going to give them the credit and say that was planned, but my goodness, that timing to start the Rift Herald, let GZ come into them and go, all right, we'll leash the Rift Herald. You can start it up, but you're not going to have enough time because the Baron spawn just literally evaporating that Herald, and then Kratos was left alone on that bot side, gets that tier 2 turret. He's nearly 3,000 of MVK's 4,000 gold leaders. We see this replay. Look how close it is. Oh.
It is so close. It's one of those things where, look, I want to give them the credit. I want to say it was intentional as well. But even if they get the Herald, that's a great trade. For MVK. You get an inner tower. They'll probably use that to maybe crack an outer, maybe just get some tower plates. You get a whole inner. You're fine with that. But then they don't even get it? Just absolute Christmas for MVK.
Yeah. Yeah, like 11 out of 10 junglers tell you that's the perfect situation, you know? Like junglers that haven't even been born yet, that don't even exist right now, were like, yep, that was the perfect situation. But like, we were talking about a way back into this for GZ, and you look at it, right? Like, Husha and Guri, they're fairly even. Uniboy and Chica, they're fairly even. Yeah, there's a bit of gold advantage over to Haki because he got that one kill, but it is all Uniboy.
Ooh. There's a catch coming in. Uniboy gets locked up, taken down, and now the rest of the team is going to start using the advantage, and I think we're about to see a big slingshot ahead.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're going to fight around this Gnar, right? Gnar is so far ahead that it is a real problem for GZ. So if they can find these fights with Gnar like they just did and start to put gold in the pockets of Chica, in the pockets of Haki, because you don't want to put it into Guri now, right? Guri's going to fall off. Lee Sin is that early aggressive scaler. But if you can start to put it into Chica, start to put it into Haki, and really bring your damage dealers online, it doesn't feel like there's going to be much to do for GZ here. And with all the attention we saw on Betty in that early game, after that first death of his, we haven't seen him really do much. He hasn't been involved in any fights.
Yeah, exactly. This has been a little bit of a fall off from GZ, unfortunately. As I said, they're just having to play to the tune of MVK, and that's never, ever where you want to be. Even when you are sort of the later game scaling team, you still don't want to let the other team call all the shots. Do still need to fight back, put yourself on the front foot. This is GZ making an attempt at it around the Dragon. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, Kratos did just pop out of Mega Gnar though, so not great timing here for that Gnar. GZ started the Drake.
In they go, a big kick. Husha is low. No smite now for the side of GZ. Can they get this one done? It is good shots. The Dragon secured by MVK. Now GZ, they have to run 1-for-1 at the moment. Can they get away? Looks like they can, but Guri doesn't want to let them. Goes very, very deep and having to flash out immediately. MVK, it's a 1-for-1, but they get the Dragon.
Yeah, happy with that. You slow GZ's win condition down. It was a Mountain Dragon. It will be a Mountain Soul when that one finally comes back up as well. But they took out Husha and removed his ability to contest with this Drake. Because, you know, if you've still got that notepad and pen, if your opponent's jungler is dead, they can't get the jungle objective, right? And you can tell
okay,
MVK.
I'm writing that down as well. I've added that to the list. Let's have a look at how it played out.
But I like Betty's positioning here, right? Betty does get that kill. He's on the board. He takes Haki down, so removes some of that damage. And the collapse from GZ, as soon as Guri went in, you see Kaiwing with that Shattering Strike, get that stun. It forces Guri to flash out so he's not deadly flourished into the face of multiple members of GZ. But Betty's positioning was fantastic. He was able to rain Hellfire with that curtain call and actually do some damage. You just saw it there. He was the second highest damage dealer on GZ contesting with Uniboy. So it's nice to see that. Closes that gold gap from Haki to Betty. But overall, MVK, they still increase their gold lead. They're nearly up 5,000 now at 25 minutes. Baron still on the Rift. And the next Drake, that's over 3 minutes away. But let's take a look at those items, Carrix. Guri is starting to piece together that GA.
Yeah, and GA makes it a lot easier to go for those extremely aggressive players, able to just go incredibly deep, go wherever he wants, really, because there's no actual, very few items in the game that essentially just keep you alive for that 2 seconds of respawn. So good decision for him, no question. Kratos as well has the 2 completed items, is moving swiftly towards his third. This Gnar is getting completely out of control. Over on the side of GZ, what item spike is going to let them get back into this one? As a Baron is just being started completely raw.
Yeah, it's being started on Vision. They know it's on Vision. What they're trying to do is drag GZ in and get their resources. They want to see if they can get TPs, want to see if they can get any flashes, etc. But they've decided better of it now that Guri is like 50% health because GZ is here, and they know that they could potentially get a fight and win it. Oh no, Husha caught.
Takes a lot of damage. The curtains are called. There's a Realm Warp. They're going to go directly into the backline. That's 3v5 though. MVK, I don't know about it. It's immediately Haki is blown up. Sulong will follow. And that was a little bit too big for your boots, lads.
Yeah, I feel like that was a bit of miscommunication. That was definitely an MVK error that just handed Haki and Shulong over to the waiting clutches of GZ. Oh my goodness. MVK, they lose 1,000 of their gold advantage. GZ finding a way back in here as we see this. I like Betty opening the curtains here after the Deadliest Flourish roots up Haki, so has the target. Shulong is like, I'll stand here, I'll tank this up. And then this feels like a weird Realm Warp, Carrick's, like straight into an Ambessa ultimate, straight into Husha ultimate. Betty forced to flash out, but I feel like never really under that kill threat there.
Yeah, no, and frankly, even if he does go down, you're fine. You're getting shutdowns, you're getting more gold back in a situation where you had really no right to be picking up kills. So that's an error by MVK, no question. Need to tighten that up because, again, the lead is incredibly concentrated. It's all on Kratos. Kratos wasn't in that fight. If he's not there, you're not very far ahead.
If he's not there, it's even. And dare I say now, if he's not there, you are behind. Because, yeah, it was 5v, I think it was 5v4?
5v3 in that one, yeah. There's a teleport coming in.
Committed.
They're going to try and pull the trigger on this. So far, the fend-off has been good. Kaiwing will get locked up for a second. Kratos, the Narbar looking pretty good. Miasma has been committed as well. Sulong needs to look away. There's the Unbreakable Will, but someone needs to tank these shots for him. He will not survive. The last bullet doesn't land. GZ fend off the play really nicely.
Yeah, great heads-up play there from MVK. Kratos obviously TP's down. Doesn't really get too much value other than just being present, right? Like, yeah, okay, it was a 5v5.
He is here for the dragon, though.
Yeah, that is true. And then obviously the counter TP responded to by Uniboy. That Drake just spawning all members here. Kaiwing was forced to retreat, but has had enough time to come back out onto the rift. Slowly, steadily, GZ are whittling down this gold.
Oh no, Husha caught. Husha blown up in a moment. No jungler, no objective. That's what I learned. Uniboy booted back into the team. Kratos will pick himself up a kill, and this is what MVK wanted last time, but they get it this time, and it's an absolute massacre of Ground Zero, sending them back to spawn. Kaiwing lives to tell the tale of the Dread Pirate MVK.
Yeah, I mean, Kaiwing was still just coming out onto the rift, and MVK, they take the fight. And Carrick's, I mean, there's 5 of them. It's 20 seconds till there's any more members of GZ. It's a 5v1 right now. They don't have the Baron, but it feels like MVK are looking to try and end this one here and now.
Yep, the towers are falling. Husha will respawn, but I don't think it will be enough. The Nexus under siege. MVK make their mark. They win the first series of Split 3 of the LCP 2026. And what a dominant start it is.
MVK go 2-0. I might remind the viewers at home that that's exactly what I predicted. And they beat GZ. A great way to start LCP Split 3 here in 2026. And I mean, we were talking about it from the draft that we really liked GZ's draft, but MVK they got some big health bars. Thank you. Look, see, predictions. Woo. But they got some big health bars, and GZ just never found a way to get through those health bars.
Yeah, exactly. GZ, game one, I think there were signs of life. I actually liked some of what they were putting together. Unfortunately, game two, I think they were just outclassed. Just didn't really ever get anything going. As I like that. I like it a lot. Show off, because that was a dominant performance from MVK. If they can keep that up, they are going to run away with a lot of games this split.
Yeah, quite frankly, that was fantastic form, right? And that's what you want to do. You want to show the rest of the region that you're in form. You want to make that statement play, and you go, we're not a pushover. When you play us, you need to prepare for us. You need to respect us. And part of the strength of MVK is that your opponents don't know what to expect, because with the mage meta, right, you can send mages mid, you can send mages bottom. There's now more flex picks than ever before, so it's harder to determine what's going to go where. And then it's MVK. They still do these deep, weird pocket picks that you just cannot account for. This was a much less bloody game, 12-4 in 29 minutes, so it was 4 minutes faster. Then the gold diff only 8k, so it feels like it was a closer game based on the stats. But from the 15-minute mark, it felt like it was all MVKs, except for that one fight around the 28.
Yeah, exactly. There was a few little misplays from MVK, but again, even when GZ had winning plays, they were on the back of MVK going too aggressive. It wasn't GZ setting up the plays. That's definitely something to prove. The great thing about Split 3 is because we are in this Swiss split system, they have plenty of chances. Like, okay, you're 0-1. It's not where you want to be, but you got a long way to come back. And yeah, I mean, it was never going to be anyone else.
Yeah, and yeah, look at those stats, right? KDA 8, KDA 10, KP 76% minimum. The top laner, Kratos, he just ran that rift. And I love that, you know, before we even got into the games, we were talking about top 3 LCP, right, top laners. And it was Pun, Florid, and Ejong. And then Kratos here absolutely top-fathered Ejong in both of these games. So it's almost like he heard us and went, you know what? No, I'm one of the best top laners in the LCP. As you know, I'm trying to give ourselves some credit here, but this first play, it was a disaster for MVK, but it was really a show of resilience that they were able to come back from that.
Yeah, exactly. I think just impressed overall as, oh, hello, Big Logan.
Hello. Yeah, but it was really resilient of them. They were really able to bring that one back around and prove their resilience and prove that, hey, we can play from behind and find these great team fights. I mean, Hoosier, it felt like he was just getting dove every single opportunity, and that's what you want to do. You want to take out these junglers around these objective fights.
Yeah, exactly. I think particularly Gen 2, they identified, let's just go to Ejong every single time. And as soon as Ejong was out of the game, again, I know I sound like a broken record, but no one else was willing to pull the trigger. Without Ejong to make it, this was a winning play for GZ. GZ react to this well, but they didn't make the play. MVK made the play. It was just a bad one.
Yeah, it was a mistake from MVK that gave GZ away back in, right? And that's often, and then, Ejong whiffed the ult there on the bot side of that fight. It was, I mean, the fancy feat, the nerf to Ambessa's ultimate in pro level play feels almost detrimental to her. Like, it makes me question. Yeah, it makes me question why we're still picking Ambessa here in the big 2026 after that ultimate. But enough about our first BO3 series. Let's look ahead to our second BO3 tonight. It is SHG of the LJL, Evie, Van One, Aria, Marble, and Vista. Whew, what a team. They showed up in Split 2.
Well, it's a team that needs to redeem themselves a little bit because they did show up, but then fell off very hard in playoffs. Disappointing run at the tippy end of the split. They need to show that that was just a little bit of a bump in the road and that they are still on track to be at Worlds.
Yeah, definitely. As we go ahead and take a look at the featured matchup here between SHG and Team Secret Wales. They do have a tall order ahead of them here. It is Van 1 against the LCP Split 2 MVP, Hizto. Hizto was the youngest player at MSI, Carrick, so he's got a bright future ahead of himself.
Yeah, and he looked fantastic. This team, Pun, Hizto, D-Ray, Eddie, and BA, they put on an absolute show at MSI. When all seemed dark, when it looked like the LCP might be bowing out, they stood up. They took the first BO5 win for our region against the LPL, and they're looking to continue that dominant run here in Split 3.
Yeah, definitely something to take home, right? Like the first ever international BO5 victory over an LPL team. This was the team. It is Team Secret Wales. Pun, Hizto, D-Ray, Eddie, and BA were the ones to do it. Pun made a name for himself with those volley bears, with those sets. People absolutely respected it. He was constantly a raid boss. He was constantly 1v9ing. So it will be interesting to see what adaptations, what learnings this Team Secret Wales took from MSI and how they're going to apply it here in our region. But Carricks, before we go to break, any thoughts for our upcoming BO3?
Well, I've just got one more thing. As I said, I got my notepad out. Do you have any last bit of knowledge before we get out for our recess break?
Yeah, okay, so do damage, win fight, kill jungler, get objective. Here's your last one. Destroy Nexus, win game.
Makes so much sense. Thanks for that one. I'll be passing that on to the team. No, don't leak draft. It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah.
We'll see you in a little bit.
Amazing. We'll be right back after this break.
hy vọng, hy vọng, kỳ vọng.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP Promotion Series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
SCFO will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales. They'll be our first LCP champion.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
好的，欢迎回来。今天的下半场比赛由日本雄鹰 SHG 出战秘密鲸与 TSW。在前阵子的 MS 赛里面，秘密鲸已经全面升级、全面进化，而 SHG 能不能挡住他们犀利的攻势呢？马上就欢迎双方选手进场，上路 ，Evie 胖。打野放 Histo， 中路 Area D-Ray， 下路 Marble Eddie。辅助 Vista BA。教练 Corgi Warhorse。再次帮各位提醒一下啊，秘密境遇 TSW 在这个季中邀请赛的时候，可是有战胜过伟大的滔博的啊，因此擅长防守的 SHG 今天要非常小心了，最强之矛准备进攻啦！
Thank you very much, Tommy, for that stellar introduction to our second best of 3 here tonight between SHG and Team Secret Wales, the #1 team from the VCS versus the #1 team from the LJL. And look at that lock-in for the 2v2 there. Carrix, Aria in the mid lane, and Vista for support.
Yeah, the 2v2s are going to be interesting, but these are two teams where there's a lot to talk about. Team Secret Wales obviously coming back from a really, really impressive MSI. They really did make us proud. We've sung their praises. And SHG looking to fight back. There was a point last split where people were genuinely saying, I think SHG is better than Team Secret Wales. Unfortunately, they fell off, so they have a lot to prove today.
Yeah, they definitely did get to the pointy end in Split 2, and as you say, they kind of stumbled at the final hurdle there, but Team Secret Wales themselves, obviously, they dominated Split 1. They were our champions in Split 1. They dominated Split 2 with champions again. They went to first stand where they were knocked out first, but MSI, they put up such a better showing. They beat the LPL the first time ever in an international best of 5. They ended 5th at MSI, equal with T1, so they're scaling, they're improving over time. However, we are here in this howling abyss. We're here for this 2v2 matchup before we can get into those BO3s where it really matters. And banned away is Heimerdinger and Elise. Now, we have seen some very potent sort of Elise Caitlyn combos, and Anivia and Rengar. Rengar, community favorite, I dare say, Carrix.
Yeah, Rengar on the Howling Abyss. You can go that Rengar Ivan, always funny. SHG have just locked in the double poison, the toxic bot lane of that singed Cassiopeia, bot lane I say, ARAM, of those two. And Belveth Yasuo for BA and Eddie. This is an exciting one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. That's a very Malay-heavy 2v2 there. Belveth and yeah, I was gonna say Belveth versus Yasuo, but it's Belveth and Yasuo. Yeah, you don't want to get knocked up. You don't want to get cycloned. You don't want to get caught in the clutches of that duo, if you will. And I feel like this is going to be very, very explosive 2v2 characters. I think this could have the potential just to all in and die in the first 30 seconds. As we do have Cassiopeia and Singed, yeah, on the side of SHG. Yeah, we've got Ignite, we've got Snowball, Ignite, and Barrier. So Eddie playing a little bit safer here, but BA on a Belveth, huh? I wonder if this is like one of his like preferred solo queue picks when he's not spamming supports.
We'll have to see. Of course, Belveth actually a champion that is slated for a laundry list of changes very soon. So last time we're going to see her, well, I mean, she'll still be in this form, but will play out quite differently on the Rift as BA just immediately getting the party started. And of course, the miasma, not very fun for Mr. Yasuo.
Yeah, I think that miasma is going to work really well against both of these champions, that Belveth and that Yasuo, right? Because we literally just saw it. They both want to dive in, and they have tools to dive out. But if they can't go back out, they need to be very, very smart with the moment they choose to go in, right? Like, it almost feels like they have to bait the miasma out and then go in. But Arya is better than that.
Arya should be better than that. I do completely agree, but we'll have to see. Maybe they can force the good situations to good trades. And of course, don't want to let Vista get towards level 6. Singed ult is unironically one of the most broken buttons in this entire game.
They do have the level advantage right now. They do have that CS advantage, right? And this is the problem, being a double melee into even a single melee, is that they have that range advantage. It's so much easier for them to last hit. And look at this, already taking a recall. They're going to cash out and get some items. Eddie BA, oh, good job there. They were able to prevent that recall coming through from Arya. They don't want him going shopping. Good knock up from BA, but no follow-up.
Yeah, just holding for the moment. I think Team Secret Wales will want to wait for level 6. They want to go in on a Yasuo last breath, make it SHG's last. There's a Cyclone, but no ult. Just being annoying at the moment is Eddie. And of course, this is for the rider first selection. The winner will be able to choose either the side of the map they start on or where they are in draft. As in they go, a lot of damage onto Arya. The miasma's already been used. There's the Belveth doing a lot of damage. Eddie needs to trade and does, but now he's fighting into a Singed. He doesn't have ult. It's just going to be a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it was a fantastic flash there from Arya into the bushes that broke that line of sight for TSW, that extended that fight, bought the time to get that extra damage. Eddie here needs to be careful.
Yeah, but he's in the poison. He doesn't want to be taking a lot of damage for free, as Vista is able to just walk out of that one.
Yeah, they'll obviously take the recall here. Team Secret Wales does have the push. Going to get a little bit of chip damage on this turret because there's 3 win conditions to this 2v2, right? It's the first team to 2 kills, or the first team to take a turret, or the first team to get a kill in the sudden death if the game goes long enough. And Arya back on the Rift has that Doran's helm, those steel-plated boots, because it's a lot of physical damage on the side of Team Secret Wales, and reducing the amount of damage they're going to do to you, very, very valuable in this 2v2 matchup here.
BA does manage to get level 6, got close enough for XP even while he was waiting for Eddie. But it's so hard for them to interface with Vista. If they move forward, they get flipped, they get a miasma put under them, and then a petrifying gaze is very, very easy. Team Secret Wales have to find a way to outplay the outplay button.
Yeah, but there's so many buttons. Like, we're going to outplay every single one of those buttons. That said, Vista
It's
does have that level
Fling's
advantage.
the big one.
Yeah, exactly. Fling! But we do see the level advantage over to the side of SHG, right? They still maintain that advantage because you look at the CS, right? SHG have a total of 40 CS to a total of 26 from Team Secret Wales. This double short-range melee composition, and yes, I do say melee, it's very difficult for them to find angles in. Arya is able to just create space and rain oppressive poison down onto them. Great patience there from BA. Eddie goes forward and unable to connect with that tornado.
Yeah, they're just bouncing back and forth at the moment. I think it is SHG just going to wait for Team Secret Wales to pull the trigger and play the defensive play. As in goes BA. There it is, the fling. The Petrified Gaze is not incredible. The Wind Wall is very good, but it just doesn't matter. Vista is able to run forward. The Madness Potion will bring the end to Team Secret Wales, and SHG will have that right of first selection. They can choose the side of the draft or the side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, a great little 2v2 there. The patience from SHG on that Singed, on that Cassiopeia, really working in their favor against the aggression of Team Secret Wales. BA went to make that play with that Belveth deep, and I honestly thought that fling had thrown BA into tower range, but the tower decided otherwise and went, you know what? You don't need my help. You got to earn this one the hard way. And SHG, yeah, as you said, they pulled up, they showed up, and they get that right of first selection. So they'll be able to either choose first pick or second pick, or blue side, red side, and then that will give the opposite selection to their opponents in Team Secret Wales. But as a reminder, SHG best team from the LJL here in the LCP, and Team Secret Wales, well, the best team in the LCP. So this will be an absolute banger of a match. And as a further reminder, Team Secret Wales did not drop a single match in LCP Split 2. So they will be looking to continue their hot streak here tonight.
That they will. They'll be looking for a swift ascension to the 3-0 bracket, and you know they'll feel very good if they can get an early entrance to playoffs and just watch the rest of the league dance for their amusement. Something Team Secret Wales must be getting used to at this point, but SHG are a significant roadblock on the way. Can they get it together? Can they have a meta read early in this third split?
Yeah, I mean, not only that, I mean, we haven't even really talked about predictions for tonight, right? So I'm going to throw it out there. As good as SHG is, I'm going to say Team Secret Wales are going to 2-0 SHG. And why am I saying that?
I think that is the
prediction. Yeah. Okay, cool. We're agreed. We're both 2-0 for Team Secret Wales over SHG. And it's not to discredit SHG. They're a good team. They're a solid team. But I think Team Secret Wales are just another level above. And they're coming off the back of MSI experience. They're coming off the back of EWC experience. So that international experience will also help elevate Team Secret Wales above and beyond the other teams within the LCP that aren't kind of finding those angles. And I mean, you look at these bans starting to come through. SHG, they're heavily banning toward the jungle and support with Camille, but Team Secret Wales, they banned Locke. They saw what happened and they don't want that happening to them.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Aria is a player that when you put him on high agency, high impact picks, he can go absolutely crazy. And Locke is the definition of those two things. He's moving everywhere. He's doing damage. He's popping people from a million miles away from angles you'd never expect. I don't want to see, I'm a Team Secret Wales fan. I don't want to see Aria play that one. And hang on a second. First one of the split.
Hey.
Let's go with heavy time.
It still feels as good now as it ever has. I love that we do that little camera cut to him just to make sure we get it and to make sure that the Summoner's Rift is as normal as possible. Rumble, the final ban for Team Secret Wales, as Marble will pick up that Ezreal, that oppressive long-range AD damage dealer that we saw Haki pilot so successfully in his game one.
Yeah, exactly. Marble just getting access to that super high prio ADC early on. You love to see it. It should be traded, yeah, for this Cassiopeia. Another super high prio pick. Not surprised to see get that probably going towards D-Ray. Is a flex pick, of course. Eddie could pick that one up. As Hinsto just flashes around a few things. I don't think it'll be Master Yi. Jarvan would make a lot of sense early on, and there it is, locked in.
Yeah, I do love this pick for Histo. That was his second most picked champion for Split 2 as well. He's definitely very effective on it, had a really strong win rate and the ability to shut people down. What it's going to do here is I feel like it's a great draft pick into SHG, who are still very early. They're going to have to pivot. They're going to have to try and pick some champions with more mobility, with some escape tools, rather than sort of any static champions that they might have had their eyes on. And Karma Ezreal, it feels like that's swiftly becoming a very traditional bot lane here in the pro scene. You get a lot of defensive options out of those shields. You get a lot of long range poke. It feels like they've drafted a bot lane that they want to win the game through here for SHG.
Yeah, I think I like that a lot. This is Marble Vista bot lane has been really impressive for them. Evie is someone that you can just put him on tank pick, something where he can absorb pressure. I think that's where he really shines. I do want a high impact pick for Aria. Ari, as his name is so similar to, has been really impressive for him over the years. There are a bunch of other picks that could go towards. Is there anything you in particular would like to see Aria picking up?
Aria, what do I want to see Aria picking up? You know what? I always love trying to say Ari and Aria, but I know Aria has fallen off, so I don't expect that. Rise is on the Rift. Talia is on the Rift. I mean, Victor, Syndra. I feel like I want to see Syndra. I feel like I want to see Syndra. Last split, we were getting some like exciting picks like Lysandra, but I just don't think she has a place here on the side of SHG because there's so much CC and in-your-face tanking from Team Secret Wales. So yeah, I'm going to go Syndra. That way you can knock Jarvan and Nautilus away from the rest of your team.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. We'll have to see where they do go. As Akali banned out, that would have actually been something I was leaning towards. Just a very high agency, high impact pick. But Team Secret Wales, they see that threat as well. Remove it. Nah as well, away from Pun. Will Pun sort of do a victory lap from MSI? Will it be a set or a volley bear?
You know what? I kind of want to see it just for the fun. But I mean, this is game 1 of the LCP Split 3. Surely we don't see like a Pun pocket pick here. And I mean, can you call it a pocket anymore? Because he's played it out 2 or 3 times now, both volley, both set. So people know they exist, but they still don't ban it away, even though Pun is a monster on it. Yeah, why not throw volley in there?
Yeah, why not? Why not? I certainly had a lot of fun watching him at MSI, so I'm down to watch more. Cassante, and there's the set. Respect ban. That does tell me that they want to pick Sion.
Yeah, and that absolutely. I was saying, oh, they haven't banned it, they don't ban it, so he's still able to get these things through. Is that a Syndra? But I called it for the wrong team. God damn it, D-Ray. Probably no, actually, that's gonna be a Syndra bot lane. That's what we saw Han Sama and G2 at MSI play. Syndra in that bot lane. Oh, this mage meta, man, it cooks my brain when I'm like, oh, which champ is gonna go what lane?
It is a tricky one. I like it a lot. He's able to just play very safe. Isn't going to get bullied too hard by the Karma. Just sitting back. Orianna as well. Just a pick that sort of flew under the radar, was permabanned in Series 1. Is still very high priority. Slipped through until near the end of the draft. And there is the Sion. I think that was telegraphed by the set ban. So what is Pun's other answer into it? It might just be an Ambessa. Does play really nicely with something like a Scout of the Week from Syndra. You hit a long range Syndra stun, you public execution on top of it. It's not too bad, but where will he actually go? I think Ambessa is probably the one, but we'll see.
He's toying with us, that long hover on Teemo into the long hover on Darius, but Ambessa looking, there it is, locked away. We can't lock it in with Pun until the last possible second. It's like, what is going on here? But there it is, it's locked away. Ambessa, Jarvan, Cassiopeia, Syndra, Nautilus, a very kind of short range composition, but a lot of engage tools. This is a very aggressive composition coming out of Team Secret Wales, but they've got to get through the wall that is Sion, the Crescent Guard that is in Zhao, and the damage of Orianna, Ezreal, and dare I say even Karma could build some damage here.
Yeah, exactly. There is a lot to cut through. This is one place where these mages sometimes can fall off. Not always, of course, but tanks are typically a little bit harder. You want a marksman to cut tanks down. That is not going to be in the arsenal for the Wales today. So can SoftBank Hawks play around Evie? Can he absorb the pressure to be an insurmountable front line?
Yeah, look, I mean, if Sion is left alone, that is just one monstrous health bar that people talk about Cassante never really dying, but I feel like Cassante has a lot of offensive potential. To me, Sion is like one of the biggest, one of the truest tanks in that he's a massive health bar and he can build a lot of really tanky items to mitigate that damage, but he doesn't have as offensive of a toolkit as Cassante. So I think he's a truer tank in my opinion. But enough about my opinion. We are on the Rift for game 1 of tonight's second best of 3 series between Team Secret Wales of the VCS and SHG of the LJL.
And I'm so excited for it to see our top dogs of 2026 in general. It's not even just one split, it is just 2026. See how they match up, how they start their run to Worlds. They will almost certainly be there. They would have to have a truly disastrous split for their championship points not to carry them along. But I don't think that is what's motivating them. I think it is locking in the Triple Crown.
Yeah, get the Triple Crown for the LCP and perform even better at Worlds, right? So first stand, they were knocked out first. Not a great showing, but they learnt some lessons. Second stand, as I like to call it, or MSI for those of you, in the know, they came fifth, right? So Worlds, obviously, you need to improve again. They must have their sights set on improving one more time. So that would be fourth at least. And what I really liked seeing out of Team Secret Whales at the end of Split 2 was their evolution. If you recall, they were starting, I feel, to practice playing from behind. It feels like they played slowly. It feels like they let their opponents have opportunities to get ahead, and then they played from behind and were still winning, which was an unusual style of play for Team Secret Whales. So they're learning, they're practicing, they're improving. Which, I don't know, if you're the LCP, you've got to do the same.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a little bit scary. When the top dogs are always improving, it really does put your feet to the fire. You don't want them to embarrass you. As Pun has been chunked out early, Siren can kind of do this to an early level Ambassador. Just shove in, abuse those very long cooldowns. But with his toe, having a wander up, Evie, can you outplay this? This is a lot of damage from Pun. He might just try and look for a 1-for-1, but a knock-up is there. The shield is not going to be enough. That is going to be a swift First Blood. Never mind! First Blood stolen away by D-Ray.
D-Ray and BA in the mid lane team up to get First Blood while a scuffle was happening in the top side. BA is going to act as bouncer to prevent Vista getting access to D-Ray. Oh, what just happened? We need to see that replay. D-Ray, BA, the triple A. Oh my goodness.
My, oh my, what a start there for Team Secret Whales. The support roams, the jungler roams, and both find it. Let's have a look at how this one played out, Logan.
Oh, flash for flash. Oh, D-Ray even takes a turret shot. Oh, the flash forward with the hook. And it's going to be that Deathfire as well as the... Yeah. It was just that dot, the damage over time burning down, that hook with that extra bit of damage to get the job done. Flash for flash in that mid lane as well. So, and really great that the kill went over to D-Ray.
Oh, hang on. Oh, Van 1 has arrived on the top side. Pun does have access to flash. He has a lot of dashes. He will be able to get out of this one, but Evie does get a good health trade.
Yeah, that was a great dash out of that decimating smash there from Evie. Otherwise, that probably would have locked Pun up. But Pun holds on to his flash in the face of another early aggression out of SHG. That's twice Evie and Van 1 have teamed up to try and take Pun out already. That first play, his toe was in the area, turns it around, gets a kill to himself, and that's what I was trying to say. His toe accelerated with that kill. D-Ray, First Blood as well. So that extra gold injection, 4.5 minutes, 1k gold lead to Team Secret Whales already. And the first Drake's up in 30 seconds. Team Secret Whales, they have priority on this bot side and they've got vision control as well. Surely they're going to go for this Drake.
I think we might pump the brakes on the Drake a little bit. It is tricky into Karma. There is obviously Orianna as well, able to get a lot of priority. Team Secret Whales, I think, will try and get a good bit of vision set up. I think they want to take back control of the vision in the in that river as the teleport comes in as well from Marble, gets him back onto the Rift, has that tier, has full health. But Team Secret Whales are certainly very, very happy. I think they would have been fine if nothing happened for the first 10 or so minutes, but instead, they've got themselves 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about it pre-draft, right? Or even just the start of this game, that they've been learning, they've been adapting, they've been getting better, they've been improving. And it's kind of wild to see that this is the early game. They're 2 kills up. They're 1k up. They're not playing from behind. They're playing from ahead. They've got vision control. They've got priority on that Drake here too. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in their scrims, in their coach meetings, the discussions on what they want to do, how they're going to play the game out, just to get that insight, just to see and better understand as that miasma goes down, to keep Arya away and keep him from that CS, because D-Ray, he's now 16 CS up over Arya, so like just pushing those advantages here, Carrix.
Personally, I'd like to be a praying mantis because they get to do a cool stance.
And they sway. They've got that really cool like swagger. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They're really cool. But it is worth noting that a lot of that early aggression has come out of Eddie picking up this Syndra. It does free up BA. He just left. Didn't have to worry about his ADC. Can just play at super long range to spam the balls. Super happy. Goes in, helps out D-Ray, and now... Ooh, hang on. Flashes have to be used there. Eddie was a bit scared. Didn't want to get hit by that Matra Q.
Yeah, great flash. That was instant response. But I mean, as SHG, you have to be so happy with that as well, right? Because Marble still has flash and arcane shift, whereas Eddie now, flashless, highly immobile, does have that stun, but if you're able to avoid it, you could really close that gap and take Eddie out. Van 1, though, unfortunately, on the top side, it is a 5-minute cooldown on that flash, so it could still make his way to the bottom. And this is what we were seeing, right? Van 1 made 2 plays to that top side very early, very quickly. Didn't find any impact there because Pun was able to escape. His toe was in the area. So I want to see Van 1 maybe change it up and try for the bot side now that Eddie doesn't have that flash. So could make some plays.
Certainly could. Will be tricky all the same, as again, it's just Pun and Evie just trading blows back and forth. Pun trying to catch up on CS now that the Ambessa cooldowns are a little bit more reasonable once you get levels in, but Evie just able to weather the storm. This is what we expect out of him, and it will be SHG using their priority, cashing that in, and they should be getting this first Drake uncontested.
And that's what you want to see. They've got that priority on that bot side. They've got the shove. So they're going to go first to this Drake. And yeah, it will be uncontested. They've got the vision control. They've got the numbers. So Team Secret Wales, they're just going to that top side. They're going to get that cross-map objective in the grubs because they have that information. And I think this is a really important part of decision-making in that jungle is the timing. And we're seeing this more and more, is that they don't go straight for the Drake anymore. They wait for the grubs to have a closer spawn timer, so they force that split decision. So those teams who value grubs, they increase their chances of getting them. And that's a recipe for success.
Oh, good. Oh, the hook lands through the minions. Thankfully, Marble did have that arcane shift. Gets himself out of there, but lovely stuff from BA regardless. I think Team Secret Wales are okay with the grub side of the trade. Pun wants to play in the side lane this game. Being able to take towers just that little bit faster is nice for him. So certainly no sweat, but SHG at the same time, they're also kind of happy. Both teams are happy, I feel, as being able to stack up that dragon wing condition is lovely for them.
Yeah, it's definitely slowed down after those explosive first couple of minutes. But one thing that we were talking about is that Nautilus hook through the minions. And as part of the League of Legends Classic show match, I know we had to submit, pictures and videos of, our years earlier of playing League of Legends. And unfortunately, I never really got opportunity to record any Season 1 gameplay footage. But the oldest footage I have is from, I think it was around 23 when I first started playing League again on Nautilus, and it was like a hitting my hooks compilation. And I swear, Carrix, there's barely anything that feels as good as nailing that hook from the most unexpected angles. And it's such a great engage. You kick off the fight, your team jumps on top of them and you win, and you're like, yeah. But if you miss a hook, oh boy.
That is the best one, where you throw it, you miss, but you do hit the wall, and then it's like, uh-oh, I'm going for a ride. I'm about to look very silly. But someone who doesn't often look silly is BA. He has been so impressive for so long. Was playing earlier in that League Classic show match, was part of the Unk-Off. Was unfortunately out-unked.
Look, I think it was the Unk caster curse that did it for the non-Unks. As the resident oldest of all, being the 38 Unk, next Sunday is my birthday. I think I just like passed. Yeah, no, thank you. Well, are we casting next Sunday? No, I'm not. I've got the day off because it's my birthday.
yeah. So you'd hope so, right?
Yeah. But like, the Unk gave the Unk team the energy. I do apologize to the non-Unks for that one, but it was great to see Evie there playing, right? On that Soraka in the top lane, completely unkillable. Whereas now he's on Sion in that top lane, completely unkillable, even though he's died once. Don't, at me on that. As Fight breaks out in mid lane.
Ooh, man, one could be in trouble. Actually, really heads up play there, just dashing over the wall to BA, tagged him with that Wind Becomes Lightning, is able to get out of there. Team Secret Wales, their play has been defused.
Yeah, it was a great, flank angle from BA, but Van1, they saw it, was able to Wind Becomes Lightning over the wall to get out and away, gets the ult out of BA on that Nautilus too, but ultimately to no effect, so the whole play fizzles, but Team Secret Wales, they're still pushing forward. BA gets that ward down, gets that vision. SHG, they're in the area. There's going to be a contest. Okay, good little smite there, but his toe will get the upper hand here, stealing away the red buff of SHG. Now, critically here, Carrix, Team Secret Wales, they're still only at 1.3k gold lead. They haven't really been able to drive home this gold advantage or increase it to an out of control level. And Marble is tidily out CSing Eddie in this bot lane and he needs to be careful.
Hang on a second. The execution is public as Pun has dashed in on Evie. He's not going to be able to cut down that big tank all by himself though, as Evie actually finds a really lovely trade, gets the stun, gets another grass proc, just out trading Pun handily.
Yeah, I mean, this is Evie. This is the top laner that you know and love from the LJL, from SHG, and he's got that item now which gives him that healing, that extra sustain, that extra armor, so damage reduced against people like Pun. Pun able to generate some more shields, able to trade a bit more effectively, but it's not as much sort of damage to get up and over the top of the armor and sustain of that Scion. So I think Evie will be feeling himself in these 1v1 trades. He knows how to play that Scion well. He'll be able to dish out max damage, so Pun has to be in form. Does have that pickaxe though now, so a little extra damage. Very, very nice. Sundered Skies for both of our junglers. Rod of Ages completed for D-Ray.
His toe tries to find his way in, doesn't land the knock up, but it's a good turn there from BA. Can they get down? A huge shockwave onto 3, but it's unfortunately just not enough. As down goes the Zinzao. Team Secret Wales, they pick up the jungler. And hang on, I've got the notes about this. Kill jungler, get jungle objective.
Right, you went to the School of Logan. My notes are correct. Kill jungler, get jungle objective. Team Secret Wales, they listen. They're like, that Unk knows what he's talking about. He's got the experience. And they do exactly that. Van1 dies at the wrong time, and it will give a free Drake over to Team Secret Wales as we're taking a look at this replay. So Histo's moving in for vision control. BA gets a ward down as well. Vista will be spotted. But Vista's baiting them in, right? He knows it's a 3v3. Arya and Pun, they arrive almost immediately. Eddie is here though, so it's sort of that 5v4 situation, and Evie's just too late. Van1 is already dead, so numbers advantage to Team Secret Wales because they were so quick with taking Van1 out. And look at where the gold is. D-Ray now 2-0, nearly 1,000 gold lead advantage over his counterpart in that mid lane, despite looking at that value of that shockwave doing the most damage.
Ooh, Pun tries to get a public execution to hold this play up. It's not going to work. The only one being executed will be him as he goes down to Arya, looking a little bit silly in this one.
Yeah, great little 2v1 there coming out of SHG. You like to see that play. Gets the flash out of Pun. Yes, it was flash committed and ult from Evie, but that is worth it. That is gold into the pocket of your mid laner.
Ooh, we have another fight going, and they immediately get onto Vista. His toe claiming that one for himself. Another great engage from BA. Can they find Marble? No. Has that E, gets out of there.
Vista's just like, you know what? I'm going to flag and drag forward anyway. Even if I do go under this tower, I'm just doing it for the flex, the aura farming, if you will. And then he just runs over to the Rift Herald. Now, the Rift Herald is on vision, so SHG know this is happening. Evie there clears away that control ward, throws that crystal orb, the Scry's orb, over the back of the Baron pit here, but it doesn't look like SHG is going to contest. They're not. Team Secret Wales brought too many members, so that's a Rift Herald over to them.
Yeah, I mean, they just sort of cashed in the priority there. They get that kill. There's no way for SHG to really contest it. It does mean that SHG will get a lot of vision down on the bot side of the map. Dragon is still quite a ways away, but it just restricts a little bit where his toe can be, where he can roam freely, BA as well. Team Secret Wales is going to have to spend time clearing out this vision, and that's, you know, valuable time for a little bit of gold to go over to someone like Marble.
Yeah,
that's it.
We love gold.
Getting break open a little bit in the way of Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, I mean, they've slowly ground out that gold lead. They're nearly at 2K now, about 4.5 minutes after we were pointing out the sort of low 1K. But, Carrix, if you've still got your notepad and pen there, mate, there's another lesson I would like to teach you. Yeah. The faster you get gold, the faster you complete items. There it is. Pro tip.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm writing my notes.
Yeah, no, you can take that one to the bank, as well as Pun here. It's looking like he's just going to take this top tier 1. So first turret goes down to Team Secret Wales, to Pun. Nets himself that tidy extra bit of gold. D-Ray, though.
D-Ray ends the petrifying gaze and gets the flash as well. Fantastic play from D-Ray. Dodges everything.
Yeah, really heads up ult there to lock them under the play. Miasma, so there's no follow-up. The flash as well, that super move speed coming out of that Cassiopeia now that her passive has changed. Just a 2-for-1, a lot committed, but nothing gained.
Goes in, the execution is there. Nautilus Ult will zone Marble away. Vista has managed to slink his way across Vision as well, but look at this, Team Secret Wales. We talked about how they were slowly building it, but slowly has become quickly, as they're now 4,000 gold ahead, Logan. Ari is having to teleport out of the play. D-Ray, of course, can't stop him.
Yeah, but D-Ray did a really good job there of zoning Arya down and out, right? Like, because of that vision control, Arya was able to see which way D-Ray was going, so didn't accidentally walk into him. But obviously, D-Ray picked up on, hey, you've got vision on me. I'm going to stay here and keep you trapped under this tower. As we take a look at this mid again, he's telling Pun, just no vision, get fantastic flank angle, able to dive onto Van 1 and shut him down before he really gets anything done. And what I love here is his toe summoned up the Rift Herald, went in, got the aggro, they killed, you know, Arya so fast, went back into the Rift Herald to drop the aggro, and then got a charge off on the tier 2. That is like a jungler's dream that just happened there, Carrix. Team Secret Wales are up 4K. The next Drake is in 10 seconds time. Like, Team Secret Wales are running this Rift right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They found a little crack in the armor. SHG had maybe 1 or 2 little spots that they weren't looking after well enough, and then in came the Whales and just blew them away. It's going to be a rough one to come back in. Now, it's certainly not impossible. I would never count SH. They can scale. They have excellent damage as this game continues. Arya landing a big shockwave. He's been playing well so far. Marble has been mostly unmolested in this one. He's farming fine as Evie locked in the Cataclysm. He is tanky. The Decimating Smash will land. Pun has to cut through the big shield while dealing with the tower. Not the easiest thing in the world. They eventually get there. They have to deal with the zombie, but they should be fast enough.
Yeah, well-managed tower aggro there as Pun goes back in onto Evie just to finish him off and take that second tower of the game. So right now, Team Secret Wales, they've just exploded their gold lead. 5,500. They've taken 3 turrets. They've got 2 Drakes and the Grubs. They are firmly in control of this game here and now, as the Baron has just spawned. And the only person to die on Team Secret Wales is Pun on this Ambessa, and that was that bot side play where Arya and Evie had to commit a lot of resources to make it happen. We do take a quick look across the Rift though. One of my favorite things to do is actually take a look at the vision control, right? I'm a support main, so, you know, vision matters to me quite a lot. And on that top side, Evie has literally double what Pun has. So it's a lot more warded. Whereas the wards right now, SHG have the sort of bot side warded, whereas Team Secret Whales have their sort of top through mid warded a little bit more heavily. They're valuing that potential Baron play here, Carrix.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that makes sense. I think that's where the natural ebb and flow of this game is. It's going to be towards top side. The Baron Tango will sort of start. Neither of these teams are going to make a concerted Baron effort for a while. It is only 21 minutes, but still, that's just where you want to threaten to be. As SHG are now moving back in, trying to get a bit more vision control in their own jungle. They do manage to push the wards of the Whales out, but now it becomes harder and harder just to, who do you send down to punt? It probably has to be Evie, but Evie's required with the team.
Yeah, kind of becoming like a bit of a split pushing menace, to be honest. And Best is not really known for that, but the way that Pun has eked out that advantage, the way that Pun is able to trade so heavily as Vista, looking for an angle, gets a ward down, won't be spotted by Pun. Pun's probably seen Vista there running away, but did not spot that ward. And now is looking to sort of steal the jungle of SHG away. I love this. It gets extra gold into Pun. It deprives Van 1 of the blue buff, of any extra gold too. He's already 20 CS down from his toe. And you look at the individual gold leads. Pun, 2.3k over Evie. His toe, 2k over Van 1. So it is that top side of Team Secret Whales that is winning right now. As they've started up this Baron, they want to draw SHG in. And they get SHG coming over. A lot of resources committed here just to clear these wards out. Good little poke from Eddie there. Oh, Evie.
Ooh, hang on. Does go in. BA takes a fair bit of damage. There's a true shot barrage, but a knock up onto Evie into the stun from Eddie. This Syndra is dealing a lot of damage at this point. Rips the ultimate, will take him down. His toe gets the credit for the kill. Pun here threatening, but this will just be Team Secret Whales just walking over towards the Baron saying, you've lost your front line and we're going to make you walk into us. They clear out the vision. His toe is hiding. This is not a real Baron attempt. This is just an attempt to force a fight. The teleport's being called in. Marble will arrive. Here's his toe, goes in, forces that arcade shift. There's public execution landing him. Pun is just going to use it to try and ride into the backline, zoning everyone away. Another flag and drag. There's the Cataclysm, locking Arya in. Has to flash away. It's a lovely shockwave, but it's too little too late as the petrifying gaze rips through the SoftBank Hawks, and Team Secret Whales, they only lose one as they clean up SHG.
Yeah, that extended trade there was really well played by Team Secret Whales. They baited them into the Baron as that Ezreal ult goes over the top, spots that the Baron is not continuing. But it all started in that mid fight, right? Evie on this Scion kind of got caught a little too deep, goes down. That gives a 4v5 advantage over to Team Secret Whales, and SHG had no frontline, so Van 1 is the one who's having to run forward and check it out. He gets stunned and hooked. Instant Crescent Guard, but then Pun is on top of Van 1. He just dies immediately. School of Logan, kill the jungler. They can't take jungle objectives. His toe, though, is doing God's work on the back end, zoning so many members of SHG away. And Pun, ultimately the only one to die because he just went deep under that tower to secure 2 of those kills for Team Secret Whales. So great plays coming out of TSW here. 7k gold lead. Drake on the Rift, Baron on the Rift, and SHG, well, I mean, they were taken off the Rift.
That they were. Team Secret Whales will, of course, pick themselves up a dragon as well. Move up to Soul Point. SHG, they use it as a moment. They get some vision around Baron. Won't be immediately threatenable by the Whales. So they could find their feet for just a moment, but finding your feet when you're 7k gold down is so hard.
I wonder what's bigger, like a whale or a Baron? Like League of Legends scale of things, I don't quite understand where a whale fits, but given
well, I think a Baron, based on cinematics, he's like maybe 6 people tall. So I think it's a whale.
Yeah, but I mean, and we already know that like whales beat Barons, right? Because we've seen this a million times. Team Secret Whales rock up and go, hey Baron, and then knock it down.
I mean, to be fair, what did Baron ever do? That's where he lives.
Right. That's his
It's
home.
his house.
Yeah.
SHG does have to come in. Baron going lower, 4K on it. There's the catch. They immediately move in. The Crescent Guard buys time, but it's only a second. Team Secret Wales have found the fight they want. There is a stun onto Arya. The follow-up not quite available. They have to deal with this big bad Evie in the backside. He's not looking big. He's not looking bad. As he goes down, the zombie will just buy just a moment or two of vision, and Team Secret Wales will collect themselves that worm, who again did nothing.
I stand with the Baron, but we do see Team Secret Wales. They win that team fight. They take out Van 1 and Evie, and they go for this Baron. It will be uncontested. Despite a cheeky ultimate there from Marble, I think we've actually, I think we need a compilation of how many times Marble has ulted over the Baron to get vision. I think it was like no less than 4, but that was a beautiful play. BA ulted Van 1, and then Pun followed up on the knocked up Van 1. So he just had no way to go. It's this layering of CC that Team Secret Wales keeps managing to do onto their target that just ensures they're locked down and they kill them and take them out of the fight. Team Secret Wales, 9K up, 3 Drakes, 3 Grubs, Baron empowered, sieging up and taking all of SHG's jungle. They don't want to let them find a way back in. Mate, Team Secret Wales still hasn't lost a single turret yet, Carrix. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredibly dominant game. We talked about how in the early game, they weren't necessarily snowballing the lead. They just didn't have to, because they were just going to slowly build the speed, slowly ramp up the pressure until SHG just broke under it. Look at his toe. Just goes in, just chunks Vista down, takes a huge hit off Marble. Team Secret Wales, they just don't really look like they even want to stop right now.
I mean, why would they? You're winning. You've got Baron. You want to get as much value out of that as you possibly can. You're on Soul Point, 1 more Drake, and you will secure that Infernal Soul for extra damage. It's not like Eddie or D-Ray need that. I mean, his toe hasn't died. D-Ray, Eddie, BA, none of them have died. And this has been the Histo show, right? He's been involved in 10 of the 12 kills for Team Secret Wales. He's effectively zoning the back line of SHG away. He's almost a pseudo tank, despite them also having that Embesser. And as I say it, he picks up the GA. Histo will not be dying in this game, I think, Carrix.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty hard to take him down. Pun at the moment is, of course, a dirty, dirty feeder, as he is the only death. BA lands the hook. Marble, again, quick fingers, is arcane shifting away. But when my Ezreal is constantly arcane shifting backwards, it's a little bit rough.
Yeah, some of the greatest Ezreal players I've seen are literally arcane shifting forward to gain access to the back line of your opponents and just poke them down and out. And we're just not really seeing it here.
Hang on, there it is. The knockups are good. Marbles goes down. There's no E-ing away from that one. Pun tries to threaten Arya, but can't quite do it. We'll just turn back and say, oh, fine then. I'll get Van 1 instead. Double kill for him. Looking lovely. Evie on the backside dealing with D-Ray. It looks like he didn't even hit him once as the snake claims him. His toe dives into the base, just zoning them away from the tower. There is no wave at the moment, so they just have to use those grubs for a second. They can go top. This will be 2 inhibitors cracked open. They may well try and end the game. There's not a lot left for SHG. There's a teleport coming in from D-Ray. Histo making space. They're moving off the inhibitor. They just want to go for the game. And with a hook landing, I think they'll do it. Vista falls. Look at the speed from D-Ray slithering in like an absolute monster. And the Nexus will fall shortly. Team Secret Wales, do not let up their momentum for even a second. They are here once more to be the tyrants of the LCP as they take game 1 off the SoftBank Hawks.
Team Secret Wales only gave 2 kills over to SHG, and that was on their top laner of Pun. Every other member of Team Secret Wales not even killed 1 time, we were talking about the dominant performance out of MVK in our first best of 3 tonight, but I think this out-dominates MVK quite heavily here, Carrix, as that was a serious gold lead, a serious kill differential, and Team Secret Wales didn't even lose a single turret by the end of that 30-plus minute game, Carrix.
Yeah, they were maybe 3 or 4 things going the other way away from a perfect game. Which is quite ridiculous in modern League of Legends. You don't see those very often, and you don't see them often for a reason. So, SoftBank Hawks, they've got to put a lot of things back together to turn this one into a series.
Yeah, that was approximately 15k gold lead, 17 kills to 2, so a total of 19 for 30-minute game. Not a very bloody game by LCP standards, but 10 turrets taken by Team Secret Wales to 0 of SHG, which is funny because SHG actually pulled off a perfect game early days split 2 as we go back to this where it all started. We were watching the top lane as this mid lane fight was breaking out. We thought First Blood would go to the top, but instead it went to D-Ray. 2 flashes committed there. But that's the kind of aggression we were talking about. Even in the draft, we were saying how this is a very short range, very aggressive draft. And quite frankly, it proved to be exactly that. And it wasn't that Van 1 played bad. It was that Team Secret Wales targeted Van 1. They just killed him immediately every fight.
Yeah, exactly. There was clear target priority. This is something we've been talking about with it being the first day of a new split. Sometimes teams come in a little bit slow, maybe a little bit discoordinated. Not this team. This team is incredibly coordinated. They are on the same page. They know exactly who the targets are. And Team Secret Wales, they're looking as good as ever.
Yeah, they definitely haven't taken their foot off the gas here. They are still in 6th gear on that freeway, max speed, barreling towards you. And it really begs the question, what do you do in the face of Team Secret Wales in this form, right? Like, Evie on that Scion is no slouch in that top lane. He was winning the early game trading against Pun, but his toe turned it back around, and it feels like Evie never really came back from that. And then in the team fights, Team Secret Wales just simply ignored him, got the targets they wanted, and then went back to Evie on that Scion. So it was that target prio that you mentioned that they're so good at.
Yeah, exactly. But the SoftBank Hawks do have another chance. This is a best of 3. They can come back if they can put together a plan to beach those whales.
Beach the whales indeed, but they've got a rescue queue and it is called their coaching staff. I imagine that, it's good to be good and you want to be the best, and you will always be reviewing. You will always be reflecting on where you could have improved because, yeah, there's such a thing as the perfect game, but if you didn't play the perfect game, then there's still opportunities to improve. And that is exactly what they'll be doing in those coaching rooms, ready and waiting before they go to game 2 here tonight of our best of 3 series, which we will get to straight after this break because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
hy vọng, hy vọng, kỳ vọng.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP Promotion Series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
SCFO will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales. They'll be our first LCP champion.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
SCFO will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales.
Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed, I'm electric in the pouring rain. Now I know, I feel untouchable. Look into my
And welcome back to the LCP. We find ourselves at Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series with Team Secret Wales being up 1-0 against SHG here, Carrick's. And I just feel like Team Secret Wales was putting together a highlights reel after that one.
Yeah, a highlight reel is almost an understatement. They ran over SHG. There was really no moments that looked close. SHG, you need to find something deep within you to rally yourself back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, there were early signs there from SHG of, relative competitiveness, but dare say after the sort of 12-minute mark, it looked like Team Secret Wales were just like, you know what, we're done playing with our food. It is time to dive deep and eat good, and that's exactly what they did. 30-minute game, something like 15k goal difference by the end of it. It almost felt clinical from Team Secret Wales. They kept getting great angles. They kept killing exactly who they wanted to early in the fights, and then they just won through numbers advantage. And it feels like the dominant, consistent team that we have seen through LCP Split 1 and LCP Split 2. So I almost feel like the LCP teams, they need to study Team Secret Wales. How are they staying so good so consistently?
Yeah, I mean, that is an interesting thing, and it's a credit to the Team Secret Wales coaching staff, because when you win 2 splits in a row, it's easy to rest on your laurels, sort of just, whatever, who really cares? But clearly Team Secret Wales is not doing that. Team Secret Wales has taken the off-season, obviously they had MSI, but even after that, they've taken it very seriously, and they're here to play once again. It is only one game. I don't want to over-index into it, but with how dominant it looked, it's looking like a problem again.
Yeah, I mean, they had MSI and they had EWC, so they had 2 international tourneys kind of back-to-back. Their off-season wasn't really an off-season. It was competing at the highest levels against some of the best teams in the world. So that definitely is, it feels like it's working in their favor here, right? I guess the secret is just don't take breaks, but then you risk burnout. Like, which way do you go? Some strategies work for some teams, but not for others, and you need to find what is good for you. But Team Secret Wales, they are definitely on a tear. They've definitely got a good formula here as we go into our picks and bans for Game 2 against SHG. And thanks to that fearless ban format, Nautilus, Karma gone from the support pool. I have to imagine that means Bard is going to be one of the supports that are banned here, Carrix.
Yeah, I think Bard being an early priority would make a lot of sense, particularly for someone like BA. He is pretty prolific on that champion. Of course, he does have plenty of other options. Lucian Milio is also a combo that could come out. Hasn't been incredibly high prior, but he's still sort of knocking around. We'll have to see just where they do choose to go. It looks like it's jungle from SHG.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes sense. His toe is literally the LCP MVP for Split 2. He's literally the kind of superstar jungler, I dare say, if I may put a label on anyone in the LCP, right? He is definitely such a strong component of this team. But despite the bans going against him at MSI, at EWC, he still stood up, right? He was still such a strong, effective jungler. As 3 bans from SHG have gone against him. And with that J4, with that Xinjiao gone, I mean, and then they banned the Lee Sinaway as well because they don't want Van 1 getting it. That's 6 jungle bans right now. That is diving deep into the pool for his toe.
The one problem is, though, is that they think that the Rise has to be first picked here. So we could just pick Nefiri for his toe.
Yeah.
Investing that many bans and then he just plays Nefiri is a little bit not what you want. See where this first pick, Camille also, that is a support that is super open, something we didn't talk about. That wasn't played in Series 1. It's gotten through the bans. BA will be super happy on that one. Do we lock in a jungler, or are we just trying to get prior lane matchup?
I mean, what I'm loving is that so far, they still haven't picked a jungler, right? Despite all these bans, they're like, you know what? We can save our jungler till even later, despite having all these bans. Such is the confidence and champ pool of his toe here. And yeah, as you were saying, Rise picked up super duper early for SHG, so Arya really valuing the playmaking ability coming out of him. But I love the picks from Team Secret Wales. They've picked up Camille, as we said, that support that for BA, and then Anivia. I suspect this Anivia is going to be a top lane Anivia because of the hovers of Volley and earlier. Nefiri, but for SHG.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. When Team Secret Wales doesn't pick it, it is arguably the best jungler left. So it makes total sense that SHG will pick that up. They get themselves the Shen as well. It is that natural counter pick into the Camille. The crazy thing here is to flex Camille top. Camille top is not great, but if anyone can make it work, and Kiana, okay.
Okay, so that's going to be, yeah, I was going to say that will, like, please don't do this to us, but Kiana is a jungler, right? Don't flex that. I feel 100% confident when I'm saying, oh, Kiana, that's the jungler. But these teams have thrown spanners in the works before, Carrick's. Like, I feel like I'm losing my mind when I'm trying to lock these picks in before they're actually, you know, revealed. God, I don't even know. The second round of bans, they're coming through. Ziggs, I like this ban. Very, very powerful mage, bot laner, great wave clear, excellent turret destroyer. It'll be interesting to see what SHG go with. Now with the jungle, dare I say, top and support locked in, you've still got maybe mid lane and bot for Team Secret Well. So maybe target Eddie, maybe get rid of that Kai'Sa, because she's coming back up.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only lane you're sure hasn't been picked is the marksman. Maybe a Nivea. Why not? Why couldn't it be a Nivea bot? But they are just going to ban out Pun. I mean, it would be pretty crazy to flex Camille up there. The Camille top is pretty weak at the moment. That is still almost certainly just going to be a support. You're just going to play it into the counter and just be a little bit sad. I'd like to see another ban towards a mage, but like maybe get rid of the Mel here. I don't think you want to give Marble that. They should just take away the Cassante. That is the other big tank in the meta, so Evie might have to play a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, at this point, it doesn't look like there's many great options for Mel's rebuttal anyway, so I don't think she's going to be a high prio pick here. Cassante banned away from SHG, so Evie won't be able to get that one. That is such a classic Evie pick as well. He's really, really good on that Cassante, but Pun banned away by SHG. So, sorry, what? Volibear banned away by SHG against Pun. I got Pun on the mind when I see Volibear, right? So, I like that ban. He's not going to be able to... Yeah, well, yeah. But he's not going to be able to take over the game. I mean, obviously he's still Set, but right now there wouldn't be great picks for Set to go into as Olaf locked in for Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, they're just going to go the Olaf, not knowing what the matchup is going to be. That can be very risky. Olaf is a bit of a volatile champion. Pun has had fantastic performances on it. If anyone can make it work blind, it is him. But what has SHG got in the tank? What can Evie play into that? Will he just go the Renekton? I guess it is probably the best option available because the other tank he could have played is Ornn, but you don't want to play Ornn into Olaf. That's a nightmare. So he's just forced into the Bruiser matchup. That's fine. Evie's got a decent Renekton. He will be okay. And what is Marble going to play this game?
Marble. We've got Shen support. Ezreal is banned. Oh, another Jhin. I mean, I'm amazed at how high prio Jhin is as an AD carry in that bot lane. But I say I'm amazed because I'm always like, oh, really, Jhin? But these guys just keep making it Lux.
That's just a hubbub.
Hello?
That's not real. None of these are real.
It needs to be real. One day, let it be real.
I'd love to watch Vladimir. I love Vlad. Talia could very much be real. That could absolutely be a Talia lock-in. It is. That's a really good pairing with the Camille.
Yeah. Talia locked in there for Eddie. Okay, so, and this is what we were talking about, you know, pre-draft, pre-BO3s even, is that they've been practicing in the break between LCP Split 2 and Split 3, in solo queues, in scrims. They've been adapting to this mage meta in the bot side. I like Talia here with that Weaver's Wall, is able to match sort of the movement of Ryze, match the movement of Shen, or maybe it's the opposite way, right? 2 globals for SHG can easily answer whatever it is Eddie wants to do on those Weaver's Walls. But I'm looking at Team Secret Wales and I'm going, where is their front line? They don't have tanks, basically. Like, Olaf isn't a tank.
He's not, but he kind of acts as a tank in the way that he draws so much attention. You have to hit him with multiple people, because if you don't hit him with multiple people, you don't kill him fast enough and he kills your AD carry.
Yeah, he creates space as well, which is where I thought you were actually going to go with that, right? He forces the attention, he creates the space for the rest of the team, and so he does have those traditional tank elements. He's just not the most survivable top laner out there outside of that Ragnarok. So, I mean, it's Team Secret Whales. I trust them. They've drafted this, but it just doesn't. It's definitely not a traditional draft, right? Whereas SHG's more traditional. They've got Shen, who's tanky. They've got Renekton, who has great sustain. And I mean, even Nefiri can go in and is squishy, but can frontline, has the W, is able to avoid a lot of that return fire.
Yeah, it will be an interesting one. Early on, the bush ward provided by Vista. Love helping your top laner out. Is the best skin, Glizzy Nefiri. Love that one.
I do love the true damage Kiana though. There's like just so much, I don't know, badassery with it. This is early.
BA just walking in Vista misses the taunt as well. I think that could have been a kill if that taunt lands.
Yeah, definitely. BA's got to be cheering with that one. Vista, though, still in the area. BA will go back over the ward. They all know it. Hail of Blades has reset.
He's just causing problems.
He's on a ward, though. They know he's there.
Well, yeah, he's on the ward, but you still have to respect him, right? You still can't walk up if you're Arya. And he can just leave. He just hookshot wall dives over the wall.
Yeah, okay. Keeps Vista out of lane, but, I mean, BA's out of lane too. Stun misses.
Yeah, that's why you don't care.
And yeah, it's an interesting start. I can't say it's been. Oh, BA's like, you know what? I'm still here though. You got to back away. Oh, Hooks, what?
Yeah, but look at the prio it's getting. Now it's going to go wrong here because he overplayed his hand a little bit. But Arya's massively chunked out. This is a huge boon for D-Ray. Vista has to stay here for a while. Pun is going to die, I think. Can he try and trade back onto Evie? No, he can't. And this silly little early game ends in a first blood for SHG.
They're going to be absolutely chuffed with that. They're like, we couldn't even get to talking about, oh, the junglers are over here. Oh, check out the summoners and the runes. Because, like, BA just started antagonizing Arya in that mid lane. Yeah, D-Ray's, like, ahead 20 gold, but hardly worth it when you've got no flash, you've got no ignite, and your top laner died, giving first blood over to Van 1. That's an accelerated Nefiri now with a pickaxe. Could more readily win any 1v1 he finds himself in against Kiana.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an interesting one as BA once again finds another wall dive. He's actually in lane and he, realizing he does have a support this game. Always interesting when B just goes for a little roam around the map, goes for a meander.
Yeah, but he's setting records for roams too, right? Like, we're talking about level 2 roams, we're talking about level 3 roams, and BA's like, you know what? I'm going to do a level 1 roam, as we do see Van 1 get a scuttle, and we do see his toe get a scuttle, so there will be no double scuttle plays here as wards go down, just spotting each other out, getting that information on the all-important junglers, because his toe, when he hits level 6, when he has that supreme display of talents, can be quite the powerful team fight player.
He's gotten behind Arya. Arya's got no idea he's here because he had him on vision and he thought he was clearing his raptors and he snuck around. Arya's in a lot of trouble. We'll get rooted up. Lovely rune prison. Can they dive under the tower? It's risky, but it works. Lovely stuff by his toe. Played around the vision perfectly. But now the reinforcements are here. BA doesn't have flash. Needs to get to his hookshot wall dive. It just should be up now. Doesn't want to commit it in case they want to turn around. Gets that nice sweep. They get away. Lovely out of his toe.
Yeah, beautiful play there. As you were talking about, his toe getting that fantastic sort of flank angle, avoiding all that vision. I saw BA was coming up through the bot side of that river, and I was like, they're going for this. They're going to get the kill, and they got everything out of Arya. They got the flash. The ghost was already on cooldown, and I mean, it literally, his toe lost 1 flash for that as well. So D-Ray still has flash advantage in that mid lane. Pun, great flash to respect SHG's play there.
Yeah, it does play it well. They've slipped into that brush. BA is here, is now spotted on the ward. Clears it out as Here's the question. Is this good or bad as a bot laner? Personally, I love these games where both supports just leave and we just like watch each other farm. These are comfort zone.
It's pretty chill, I'm not going to lie. Yeah. But it doesn't happen in solo queue, to be honest, at least not in my Heartstuck
You don't
Silver
play
as
with
another
my
play.
friend. Says Pun does have to find his way out. He doesn't have flash. It's a decent attempt by BA, but nothing to save his top laner. Pun will go down 0-2.
I really like this from SHG, right? They recognize and acknowledge that Pun is the frontliner, whether they like it or not. And if they can keep punishing Pun, if they can keep him behind, he won't be able to get that gold at the rate that he would want, and he'll be down in items, he'll be less effective in team fights. He won't be that all-important threat that you have to turn all of your attention onto to protect your AD carry. So I like this play. It's short-term gain for long-term gain. You know what I mean? It's like a double whammy. And yeah, Team Secret Whales need to respond.
Yeah, they do. It's very even at the moment. They need to shore up the top lane matchup. I did say in draft that the Olaf was risky. Arya should be fine here. His so doesn't really have an angle on it, particularly with Vista coming to reinforce. BA is level 2.
Yeah. I mean,
it's 6 minutes.
Life,
No.
right?
I'm sorry. It's not support life. This is BA life.
I mean, and that's important. Oh, they're on vision.
Ooh. They get over the wall. There is no stop. There's a supreme display of talent as well, locking Vista up. Can they find that last little bit of damage? Ooh, no, not quite. Manages to get away. The ult does not spread under his feet. It's actually a lot of resources used to fail to kill the support.
Yeah, flash forward from Dere there as well, trying to secure the kill, make sure they get it. Unfortunately, not able to do that. So as you say, a lot of resources committed, failing to kill that support. Flash and heal gone from Vista though, so there will be no more flash E's. So it really reduces that kind of impact of the taunt for the next few minutes. And I mean, the first Drake of the game has been on the Rift for 2 minutes now. No gold advantage either way. Despite SHG having a 2-0 kill lead, it's the CS advantage of D-Ray in that mid play. Marble though, might be under threat here.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble as in comes BA, is able to flash out though. Still burning and a mobile AD carry's flash is very nice, but a kill does not result.
Yeah, Marble with those Swiftfoot boots as well, able to move even faster, does burn the barrier, does burn that flash, and it cost BA his flash and his ignite, but arguably that's well worth it. So Eddie, the sole bot, duo there with a flash available. There are still 2 flashes though over on the side of SHG in Evie, in Van 1, and I'm liking the proactivity we're seeing out of SHG in this game. They're making plays early, and Hizto's not there to respond on those topside plays. Unlike game 1, he was there. He was able to deter them as he goes for these grubs.
Does manage to get the smite on the first grub, so Team Secret Wales doesn't have to commit to this one if they don't feel confident. Van 1 has the smite advantage for the second one, but it's a catch on to Vista. The Toblerones are under him. D-Ray will pick up that kill. Evie, half health. They're going to dive onto Pud. He's going to go down. Will trade his life for 1 grub. I don't know if that's worth it, but in the end, 1 for 1, and Team Secret Wales gets the better half of the grub trade.
Yeah, this was like an unusual start for Pun. Normally, Pun is sort of running these top lanes, running these matchups, but again, we were literally talking about how SHG is kind of just running him off the Rift. They're keeping him down and out of this fight before it's even truly begun. His impact in the late game is going to be almost, dare I say, negligible at this point. That said, if you're only losing in that top lane matchup but winning everywhere else, you're still fine. It's not like Evie is even the strong point of SHG. It's the fact they keep overloading with the team. D-Ray on this Anivia is the single largest gold lead either way. So with that 800, so he's happy, building towards that Rod of Ages. But SHG, it feels like they're off to the races. They've got 2 Swifties on their side, and they do have that completed Cyclosword for that Nefiri, because all 3 kills are on Nefiri. That's an accelerated jungler.
Ooh. Yeah, really is. This Van 1 is going to be a real issue, and they had the opportunity to pick Nefiri. They could have locked this in. They could have gotten in my opinion, higher priority jungler than the Kiana. Not that Histo has been bad on the Kiana by any means. He just doesn't have access to all the tools that a Nefiri does. As he moved in onto Marvel, slammed him into the wall. There's the flick back. And just as I talk about it, well, that's one thing that Kiana can do that perhaps Nefiri can't, but Van 1 trying to prove me wrong once more. Flashes forward, will take down BA, move in onto D-Ray with the reset. The Rune Prison isn't there though, so he will be able to flap away.
Yeah, liking Van 1's proactivity. He is literally 100% of the kills over to SHG. I mean, you gotta start sharing some of these kills, some of that gold soon so that the rest of your team can come online. Pun knows something's up, can smell and engage. Evie pushing forward. Van 1 and Vista in the area. 2 members though under the turret. This would be hard to go them. Pun, how are you aggressing forward with no health, brother? I mean... yeah,
he's just going to go for it. Van 1 is very low. Eddie has arrived to the play, gets a good flick back punt, trying to heal up just a little bit, has to stay away from this crocodile, can't do it. The Meek have been culled. Eddie has to run. Ruthless Predator going to be dropped on top of him. Evie's about to go huge in this play. As once more, the SoftBank Hawks come out on top.
I really think this was a massive overstep from Team Secret Wales here. They saw a low Van 1 and they were like, we need to get that shutdown. But ultimately, Team Secret Wales lost the gold lead that they just started to earn for themselves, chasing that shutdown. As we go to this replay, 3 members of SHG, 2 members of Team Secret Wales. There's deep TPs there from Eddie. So they're like, we can, pincer maneuver them here. But I really think they should have let this one go. Vista able to angle Eddie away. Pun goes, I'll go for Vista. And Evie says, thank you very much. Yeah, you get the flash out of Vista. You get the shutdown on Van 1. It goes to his toe. And Eddie dies for it. So it's a redistribution of gold. You've got the shutdown on Van 1 over to his toes, so you accelerate your own jungler, but then you've just given a bunch of kills over to Evie in the top side on a Renekton. I just don't think that was worth it, even though the gold is still even.
Yeah, it is a little bit questionable for sure. But see sort of how they play it. The gold is still dead even. Despite everything that's happened topside, despite a 0-4 pun, the gold is it.
Yeah. That's crazy. And like, another thing as well, right? So obviously, yeah, he's just like proxying. But the first strike of the game still hasn't been taken, and we're 13 minutes in the game as well, which has to be one of the slowest streaks we've seen. BA getting chunked out by Van 1. And I want to go back to what we were talking about in the pre-draft, right? Team Secret Wales doesn't have a tank. So there's no one who can like happily or willingly step in front of Nefiri's ultimate. So that ult is going to get amazing value every single time they let rip with it. Maybe not onto BA. BA is able to kind of like get away from that, pop some shields, that kind of thing. D-Ray holding the wave here, get that CS as SHG. They take our first Drake of the game at 13 minutes, 24 seconds. I don't think Drakes are going to be our win con here, Carrix.
No, I think it is a little bit too slow. And I mean, you're totally right. The big counterplay to the Nefiri ult, however, is, yes, whoever she clicks on is getting jumped on. And this time it's D-Ray, but D-Ray just outplays, picks up the kill on Arya, flashes away from the dog, does super, super well as SHG have to run in mid lane as well. Pun, I think you've been caught with your pants down a little bit. Evie wants to get onto him here. I don't know if Pun has a way out. He has no flash. He is just going to try and... I don't know what he's doing. He's just going to buy time. Has a blast code. Might be able to just waste time to tie to Marble instead, I guess. Not sure how much better that really is, but Pun is down. But what I wanted to say was that the one big bit of counterplay to Nefiri, because you can't stop her ult. Her ult is going to hit whoever she clicks on. But you have a Talia flip. When she comes in, you put the Toblerones down. She arrives in a very telegraphed spot. You can put the flick at the right time. If Eddie plays it well, I think it's pretty hard for her.
Yeah, as we go into this bot side play, Van 1 in the area, D-Ray just styling on Arya here, able to avoid the follow-up from Van 1 nicely. So great job from D-Ray, able to soak that pressure as the SHG sent more members to this bot side. And look at the score, right? So it's 5-7 in favor of SHG. SHG have one grub and a Drake, but the gold difference is still even because of D-Ray in that mid lane. And now, because of their priority, because of their pressure, they're going to get this Rift Herald, and they'll probably send this toward that mid-tier 1 to try and crack this map wide open. And as I say that, his toe is gliding towards that top side. Yeah.
Yeah. Try and set up a play onto Evie. Evie actually playing that about as smartly as he could, but the dive is in. That is a very early play under the tower. BA, though, he resets the tower aggro, does it perfectly. Vista chunked out. There is a Jhin ult. His team needs to be a little bit careful because that's going to really hurt. Does land onto Diro, but a flash away. Van 1 managed to get that first kill. There's the reset. Can they manage to play it? They can. They layer the CC perfectly. Van 1 has no impact. Pun arrives, and under the tower he goes. He drags down Vista with the undertow. And oh no, the wheels have fallen off the wagon. The cabbage cart has been knocked over. There is spaghetti all over the floor as SHG get cleaned away from the top lane.
They're throwing the thumbs up emotes in the middle of the fight. Eddie flashing forward, gets the barrier out of Marble, the flash out of Marble. What a disastrous turn of events for SHG in that top side. They get the first turret, and what was an even game not a minute ago blows out to 2,500 gold in favor of Team Secret Whales. Just off the turret, just off those 2 kills, Carrix.
Exactly. It just completely blows open. Let's have a look at how it happened, because it was honestly a fantastic play by BA.
Yeah, like you said, BA did go in early, and I was worried for him, but the layering of the Weaver wall as well forced Evie back towards more members of Team Secret Whales. Great juggling of the curtain call, and yeah, that wall, spectacular, forcing the Van 1 to get the reset on the ultimate, and then his toe stunned at the perfect time before the damage was able to connect. So they really neutralized any of that impact of Van 1, and arguably he's kind of like SHG's strongest soldier with the most damage, and they just took the rest of the fight on the back end. But Evie, 2-level lead over Pun. His toe 1 over Van 1. D-Ray 1 over Arya. It's small level advantages that are also making the differences in these fights. As they've dropped the Rift Herald here in mid, they're going to try and crack this tier 1 open.
Yeah, the Rift Herald comes in, breaks down a couple of the plates. We do have 2 grubs. It's not the full grub buff, but with SHG surrendering the space, I think they should just be able to pick this up. A couple last auto attacks, and they do get there in the end. This is a good little steadying of the ship by Team Secret Whales. I was worried. This was Pun having one of his certified happy games where he is a little bit silly with it. But the rest of the team went like, whatever, man. Top lane's not real. Let's just win through the rest of the map.
You're on an island. Don't worry. We're still ahead on our other 4 lanes. And I mean, if you look at it, 1.6k gold lead in the pocket of D-Ray on that Anivia. So really, really strong member there. Definitely a win con. Eddie is no slouch either on that Talia. A fight has broken out over the second Drake of the game. SHG have priority.
This should be a dragon given over to Team Secret Whales unless Van 1 can make a miracle happen. He can't. He gets flicked. He gets stunned. Oh no, caught napping. And now BA can find a way in. That tower is low, but there is no wave there. Can Arya get his way out, or will there be a Hextech ultimatum? No, flashes away from the flip. His toe on a deep flank.
They will spot it out a lot of wards. Yeah.
Yeah, they should be able to crack this tower though pretty easily.
Yeah, really great ward placement there. Good job spotting Evie.
Oh, and now Pun, he's come back in the game. He wants to just run down Evie. Doesn't want to tank the tower, though, especially with that Stand United coming in. He would have gotten taunted up by Shen. So a narrow escape for Evie.
And I liked what we saw there from Eddie too. Eddie jumped in front of that deadly flourish to make sure that the rest of his team members weren't locked down. So that is a good team play there, because Marble did have the ultimate up and available, ready to roll. But Team Secret Wales at this 20-minute mark, D-Ray and Pun the top. What? How is Pun second in damage done? Where did he come from? What is he doing?
Because they're constantly fighting. They're just hitting each other.
The man's 1-5-1.
Yeah, but he's hitting guys. He's not winning. He's hitting them though. He's hitting guys.
No, he's the second most hittingest on the Rift.
If I get into a boxing ring and throw 400 punches and then get king hit, I still threw 400 punches. I didn't win, but I did throw the punches.
That is so valid. As we hit the 20-minute mark, Team Secret Wales are up 3-1 in turrets, up 4.5k gold, 1-1 Drake, and the Baron is on the Rift. Oh, Pun, you need to be careful. The patience of SHG here.
He sniffs this out, I think, because his toe is being called in. It's going to turn into a 2v2. The Supreme Display of Talent completely whiffs. A disastrous start as the Realm Warp is just to reposition as Van One in trouble. The wall brought Eddie down. Now is holding Pun back a little bit as Evie locked in that Hextech ultimatum. The ultimatum is only death. Of course, Pun in the Rune Prison, deadly flourished. Arya stunned up. They should be able to follow up onto this rise. Lovely layering of CC by Team Secret. BA can't quite get the flash wall dive. It's a good play by Vista, but Team Secret Wales have fully taken control.
I'm not going to lie, I did not think... Oh, as the fight continued...
Boom. Goodbye, Marble. Goodbye, SHG, as Van One is the only one left, and that Glizzy is looking pretty depressing. That's one you find in the street the day after a football game. Don't eat that. As the tower will fall, and it's now nearly an 8,000 gold. In fact, it will be 8,000 gold once that tower falls. Team Secret Wales looking dominant.
Yeah, look, Pun now has a gold lead over Evie in that top lane, and here's where it all went wrong to start. I genuinely thought, with that Supreme Display of Talent missing, that this would absolutely go the way of SHG. His toe was nearly down and out of that fight. Evie was zoning 3 away, but it feels like here, Arya and Van One were scared to walk up on Pun, even though they had the full vision of 3 other members of Team Secret Wales. So it feels like that hesitation, it feels like that fear is what got Evie killed, and they weren't able to get Pun on that Olaf as well. And then Team Secret Wales, they kept going. D-Ray with these walls, with these stuns, just locking SHG down for the rest of Team Secret Wales to follow up here, and just stopping short of a disaster on the back end as Van One able to W away from BA re-engaging. Like, this Camille with Sundered Sky, right? It's so much sustain and a bit of damage, is able to finish these fights out, able to take some of these kills. Team Secret Wales, 23 minutes in, 8k up, have started the Baron. It is on vision. SHG know this is happening.
Yeah, but it dies so fast, and Anivia and the Taliyah just melt this thing. On the bottom side, Evie is going to try and get a kill, deny a Baron buff if they can, but look at that Supreme Display of Talent painting most of the Rift, and Pun just killed him.
Pun just 1v1'd him.
Yeah, just killed him. Who cares? Early game is so fake.
I don't want to say that, but my God, this game is like a textbook example of,
Van One jumps in, tries to turn it around, but D-Ray takes him down. Someone who's actually having an incredible game is D-Ray. This Anivia performance has been absolutely lights out.
Oh, I mean, 407 has been involved in 11 of the 15 as a Realm Warp comes through. They're looking for Eddie.
But Eddie gets away. He rocket belts, he's fine. There will be a Jin ult. Can he have the fancy feet? Probably not after being tagged by one. The last bullet doesn't hit, unfortunately, will be taunted up. He played that about as well as you could expect, but does eventually go down.
Yeah, I was surprised. After being tagged by one of those shots, I thought for sure the rest would be landing, but just able to out-juke those bullets. As we see this 1v1 on the bot side, Ragnarok popped. Evie just melts in the face of Pun here. Is it just started to get faster? Yeah,
I like when Olaf is meta because it makes me realize I could be pro if I wanted. I can right click on guys. I can right click on it.
I mean, we were talking a little earlier that maybe maybe we see Carrick's in LCP Tier 1 as there it is. Pun is now the #1 most dealing damage doer here on Summoner's Rift in this game 2 against SHG. And hey, look, consolation so far, yes, the game is not done, but SHG, they've got 7 more kills than they got in game 1. They've got 1 more turret than they got in game 1. But Team Secret Wales, they're at 10.5k gold lead a lot earlier than they were in game 1 as well.
Teleport comes in. Evie wants to find a flank. He has that big shield. The stun from D-Ray does miss. A rare mistake out of him, but it just doesn't matter. The zoning is too good. Eddie's Talia, another person that's having an incredible performance. Histo doesn't quite land that engage, but they've already picked up the first kill. They can bear down on SHG's base. They've still got Baron buffs. They've still got those empowered minions. This inhibitor is not long for the world as BA wall dives over the Anivia wall. He'll pay for it with his life, but it doesn't matter when you're trading well. Arya will get run down by the big angry pun as he just Ragnaroks through everything. Team Secret Wales, they just decided they were done.
Pun's standing there under a turret right now. Like, he was just taking turret shots for fun. 1 kill over to SHG, 3 over to Team Secret Wales, 13,000 gold lead. 1 inhibitor turret, 2 inhibitor turrets, and an inhibitor, and they start to take their recalls. Why does it feel like Team Secret Wales is inevitable, Carrick's, as we see this replay? Evie, with his big shield, does find access to the back line. That's the flank you want. That's the fight start you want. But the damage coming out of BA, Eddie, and D-Ray, Evie just melts like paper in the face of them. Histo misses another supreme display of talent, but it also gets a little bit of zoning that forces SHG back and away. And then 4 just march forward. BA gets a great backline engage, but it's a mission too far. Team Secret Wales able to just keep pushing forward because SHG have no front line. They just don't have anything to stand up in the damage that Team Secret Wales have drafted for themselves here. Oh, Van 1 deep flank angle.
And the difficulty that Evie is having is he got a really good engage there. He was very close to just killing the backline, but then the Talia chocolates come up under him and he can't press his dash. He can't press his dash. He can't access the backline. He gets blown up. There's a stun landing on him out of the Realm Warp. That's another Miss Supreme display of talent. I don't know what talent we're displaying, but it is a killing one as Histo is able to get it done. Stand United used essentially as an escape as there will be a trade onto Pun. Ooh, that's a bridge too far. Well played by Vista. Eddie will fall down, but D-Ray is still alive. Has BA to make space for him. D-Ray needs to be careful. Tanking the tower. Still has access to the egg, of course. Open up the curtains. D-Ray dodging, will go into egg form. 1 more bullet can do a bit of damage, but BA able to zone away. He will get back up, low health. Can he throw out a little bit of damage? He can. Not quite enough. Marble will live. SHG will fight another day, but they will lose another tower.
Yeah, I mean, they juggled that so well. D-Ray, they protected the egg, and then they just kept going back for more. But D-Ray, still a clean sheet. Histo, still a clean sheet. They have not died yet in a massive fight, but a great defense there from SHG. I have to imagine if Team Secret Wales kind of won that a bit harder, that they would have tried to end the game right there, right then. And in all of this time, we've lost track of all the objectives. It's 1 minute until the 4th Drake of the game. As a reminder, I think the first Drake wasn't taken until something like the 13th, 14th minute, so that's not a win con. It's 45 seconds till the next Baron of the game. I mean, Team Secret Wales, they've got 9 turrets, SSG's 1. They're 12.5k gold up. 2 of their team members are absolutely deathless, and this is Histo missing his supreme display of talents. Imagine if he was hitting with them.
Yeah, I know, right? Imagine imagine if he was landing the ults. It would be even worse. They're warning shots. It is polite to fire a warning shot. But, I mean, 10 Secret Wales at this point, I think the lead is just too much. The Dragon is coming up in about 10 seconds. I think that's incredibly low priority. Neither team is anywhere close to Soul. I think it'll just be Baron into a 3-lane press to try and end the game, end the series, and get Team Secret Wales off to the correct start to their split.
And that's the thing, right? Team Secret Wales know how to end a game. Some teams can get ahead early. TP being committed. Fight absolutely going to break out of great stun.
Yeah, perfectly timed. Evie can't enter. Histo has taken a fair bit of damage. This Baron does do a lot. There's the wall trying to hold Van 1 back. The Miracle can come in. Histo could go low, but lands the smite. And there's a supreme display of talent that lands onto 2. Evie trying desperately to dive onto the Kiana, but there's just too much burst damage. D-Ray lands the perfect stun. Even with Vista coming on top with the Stead United, it's just serving up dinner as Potter's just said, I'm bored, I want to end this game. He goes into the enemy base, he teleports there, he has that big shield. Marble is getting chunked down by Eddie. Aria on the run, but he's slowed down. D-Ray does not want to lose. His deathless game goes gold. Aria can't even get to base. It's an ace. And that is going to be Team Secret Wales. They start their split off 1-0 and returning from MSI after having taken the heads of the LPL after knocking TES out. They'll start their split the way they mean to continue dominant.
Win, win, win. Team Secret Wales don't know how to do anything else. From what looked like a relatively disastrous opening sort of 5 to 10 minutes with Pun getting run into the ground, the rest of Team Secret Wales are able to rally, eke out their leads, and then when it came to the team fights, my goodness, this Olaf of Puns turned up. Like you said, just ran down AD carries, just ran down those mid laners, created so much space, and still became a threat, which I think is a hallmark of such an effective top laner, right? You soak the pressure, you get down, but you are never out, and you find that angle back in. A stomp from Team Secret Wales. Histo did not die. D-Ray did not die. The LCP needs to level up to answer this.
Yeah, that they do. I mean, Team Secret Wales just seem to get better every week, and it's scary because it's just one of those things where it's like, Pun ran that game down, and they still just were 10k up and just win. Like, whatever. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean, basically, the long and short of it, we take a look at this, and like, we were looking at the damage meters, right? At one stage, Pun on this Olaf was the single most damage dealer on the Rift, but that obviously changed by the end of it. It went D-Ray, it went Eddie, it went Pun, and unfortunately, Van 1 was the only one who was close on SHG. It was like a 17k gold diff. I mean, around the 15-minute mark is exactly where Team Secret Wales went, yep, you know what? This is where we win now. As we go to some of the highlights, some of these replays. This was that early BA dive under that turret that you were talking about too. I really thought he was dead to rights before the fight had even begun.
This as well, the dodge at the end, just managing to navigate around that 4th Jin shot. Really good stuff. And as these replays go in, we spent a lot of this game talking about Pun because so much, the camera was on him a lot. But this is who I wanted to talk about. D-Ray on that Anivia was absolutely lights out. This Nefiri should have been able to carry the game. Van 1 was playing really well. He got off to a good start, but he just couldn't do anything. Every time he came out of his ult, as soon as the untarget ability ended, he was either walled off or stunned. Every single time, just completely ineffective in the face of a glorious iceberg.
Yeah, I mean, nearly 1,000 damage per minute as well there. Eddie there flashing over the wall to get that angle. But it was the D-Ray show once that sort of mid to late game came on, right? Because Histo was missing his supreme display of talents, but D-Ray was not missing his walls, was not missing his stuns. He was creating so much lockdown. He was preventing so many escape options for SHG here. And he effectively led this team to 2-0. And I love this improvement. I love this glow up from D-Ray because D-Ray didn't have the best performance at MSI. It felt like he was a little bit slow. He had very low impact in several of the earlier games, but he sort of started to find his feet towards the back end of it. And it feels like now that he's standing tall and he knows what he's doing, he's brought that experience and that snowball here into the LCP. And I genuinely think that's a scary thing for the teams that have to go up against him now.
I totally agree, and this is the thing, it's like, where do you attack if you're going up against Team Secret Wales? You could attack Pun. Sometimes Pun cracks under pressure, but sometimes it doesn't matter. because it's hard to attack the rest of the map. Do you beat his toe? Probably not. Do you attack D-Ray's champion pool? It's too deep. Eddie, I mean, he can just be... Sometimes Eddie was a little bit attackable in lane phase. That was always one weakness, and I only mean a little bit. But now he just plays mages. He locks in mages, BA leaves, and you can't do anything.
Yeah, exactly. He's expanded his champ pool. He can play the normal AD carries, he can play the hyper carries, he can play the mages. So it's not like you can attack his champ pool. BA is such a veteran, such an experienced support that I feel like he's definitely not a weak point. Yeah, he misplays sometimes, but so does everybody. Let's say you go after Pun, like you said, showing cracks, right? The rest of the team is still going to come up and win because you've lost your tempo, you've lost your resources trying to go for puns so hard, so heavy that Team Secret Whales know how to punish you on the other side of the rift. They know how to get those cross-map objectives. And if his toe doesn't keep proving to you all why he was the LCP MVP for Split 2, I don't know what more he can do, right? He's such an effective jungler, even when he's missing his team fight ultimates here. But that is it here. We have played our 2 BO3s here tonight, Carrix. MVK 2-0 GZ and Team Secret Whales 2-0 SHG.
And it's the VCS getting off to the perfect start. Both MVK and Team Secret Whales go undefeated. Vietnam is looking dominant early, but of course, we have plenty of games tomorrow for all of the other regions to crack back, and we have another look at this Swiss stage split. With these 2 wins, MVK and Team Secret Whales will both be moving up into that 1-0 bracket, while GZ and SHG will be going down into the 0-1, but there's plenty more chances to get the split on the rails.
And one thing that I'm liking as well is that we've got some BO5s involved. So I'm loving that for just like our regular split. Normally BO5s are kind of like reserved for like semifinals, grand finals, but we get them in regular. Like, yes, please give me more of this as we do look ahead to tomorrow night. It is the LJL's Detonation Focus Me versus the VCS's GAM Esports, and then who were also just notably at EWC, and followed up by CFO versus DCG. Should be a good one, that second match.
Should be a good one. I think that second series in particular is going to be an absolute banger. DCG looking to continue their run, and CFO looking to prove themselves in this new split. But what a night it has been to reopen the split.
Yeah, very, very exciting. Obviously, 2-0 clean sweeps there. As enjoyers of League of Legends, we would love to see things go to 3 games every time, at least me personally anyway. But 2-0s, they're statements, right? They're clean sweeps. This is a signal of our intention for the rest of the split, and I almost feel like this is what we would expect, Carrix. But before we end the night, do you have any final thoughts, any final notes on how tonight went?
Well, it's funny that you say notes because I was working on my notes from Professor Logan's Academy, and I don't know if you can read it because my handwriting is bad, but my jungle equals bad. That's the League of Legends secret I figured out. So just carry that one through, guys, and you're going to go all the way.
Oh, my goodness gracious me. I need to like come up with a whiteboard and be like, here's the 4 professor points from Logan. But thank you so much for your amazing casting tonight, Carrix. Thank you to all of the teams, all the viewers at home as well. This has been day 1, week 1 of the LCP Split 3 2026. And we have so much more to go. We'll see you all tomorrow night.